first when I was a kid growing up in Ibadan. Japan and the rest have done that even before then. Only Africa remains today to be talking of diversification, diversification, diversification. So if this continent has to grow, if this continent has to move forward and become a credible player within the international community,
of nations.
Patrick, my position is that we need a new generation of African leaders who are conscious of where we are today, who are conscious of the need to change the dynamics, to change the narratives of the African continent and present a new Africa, you know, that is mindful of its destiny, that is mindful of the fact that it has the resources to grow and become what it should be, like the rest of the world.
So I think the same way you've been, you know, from your days in the primary school or university, you kept hearing of diversification, and we're still talking about it today. That same way, from my infancy, I started hearing the need for new leaders to emerge in Africa to lead us to El Dorado. So the question, therefore, is why haven't we been able to do it where other countries that have, or continents, you know, that have similar challenges that we do, have been able to navigate and, you know, set sail? What's the problem? Now, let's bring it home. Let's look at Nigeria, right? Because Africa can be, you know, broadly diverse as well. Why is it difficult for us to translate policies and programs to solutions? Why is it difficult for us to transition or find leaders, build systems, build institutions that can lead us to development? From your view, you know, you've been in diplomacy, you've been in the private sector as chairman of, you know, UBA, you know, you've done development as Director General of BRICS Commission. What's the problem and how do we navigate it? From, you know, what are your thoughts?
Patrick, I wish I can provide you an immediate answer, but it's huge. In my view, I think that from the military transition to where we are today, we've always had the wrong set of leaders. These are leaders that do not understand anything about leadership, except that they just come to power and decide that they're going to build roads. They're going to reconstruct some primary schools and secondary schools. And once that is done, that is all. You also have, and again, you also have to blame some key institutions. And here I also want to name the media. Mm-hmm. This is a country where every year in the last 20 years or so, almost all the media houses organizes an award night. The best governor in education, the best governor in agriculture, the best governor in project, the best governor in health. But guess what? In all these best, when you go and look at what they've done in their states, practically nothing much. Mm-hmm. So you begin to ask if the media that is supposed to help galvanize the people to understand what the leadership is doing is sincere, you know, to itself. But the fundamental problem, in my view, is that we have leaders who do not know how to inspire, who do not know how to reorder society, who do not know how to bring, bring together the best to drive a nation. Patrick, you remember that when President Kennedy promised Americans that, look, in 10 years, America must go to the moon. They did it. They practically did it. They practically did it. And there are so many other countries around the world. North Korea, you can look at what the leadership did in North Korea. In Singapore, you can look at what the leadership did. These are leaders who inspired and insisted that this is what we must. And they brought together people around them that helped them to construct the country the way they want the country to move. Somewhere along the line, our, should I say, being influenced by a couple of Western ideas that is more closer to influence, closer to power, closer to, you just name it. So this is why you find out that with regards to Nigeria, the first thing our leaders do in getting to office, everybody cross board, you buy a new set of new cars, nothing wrong with the old ones. You buy a new set of, I mean, the attention is diverted. Nobody sits down to begin to reason, to say, look, how do we move from here, from A to B? How do we mobilize the people? And the world has even defined for us, like the United Nations has defined for us, the key triggers of development: education, health, agriculture. If we just focus on those three and grow the economy, certainly a lot will change in this country. And the next generation of leaders will take it up from there. But where you find that in some states, and I can speak extensively on this, in some states, some governors come to power. The first thing they did, well, I mean, it's to destroy everything their predecessor has done because they hated him or that the way they came to office, or he didn't support them, and they made it. So you find that very few states are doing reasonably well in education. Some are not even focusing on education. I give you a good example. I think it was 2011. Akwa Ibom voted about 11 or so billion for agriculture and spent only 900 for women empowerment. So you can see why we are still where we are today. It's a question of leadership. It's a question of the people themselves not challenging their leaders to do something for them. We have all just given up, and we keep going to church and praying that the Almighty God will help us. But I've told a number of people, I've never answered amen to those prayers, because I know God will not come down to help us. He has given us the faculty, the ability to help ourselves, and the rest of the world have done the same thing. But if we insist that the gentleman from heaven who has given us the power, the resources, that he should come down again and do more, he's certainly not going to come down. So it is left to us whether we want to, do a lot for ourselves. And if we want to do a lot for ourselves, we should begin to search for solutions. How do you move this from A to B?
And what are some of these solutions? So let's say I'm a young person, I'm listening to this conversation and I'm thinking, I'm fired up, I want to do something. We organized for the last election, blah, 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 went the way it went, so the young person doesn't believe in credible elections, doesn't believe that those institutions will work. The young person doesn't believe that they're going to get a job or get a good education unless they've got connections. They see all of these challenges heaped up against them. The media, that should be projecting what should be possible, that should be calling out bad politicians, jumping all over themselves to give award to these governors and so on. As a young person, sitting at home now, hopefully there is power and you can listen to this, and they are fired up and they want to do something. Where do they start? What do they do? How do they organize?
We've not had power. We've not had power in my area for 3 days. so to let you know. Look, I hate to say this, but the young people of today should understand that if they really want a change in this country, Nigeria, indeed, anywhere in Africa, they got to fight for it. They got to fight for it. Look, everything they enjoy today, the young people, everything they're enjoying today, some people fought for it to make it available to them. So if that generation if the generation today refuse to fight for themselves, they have themselves to blame. I think it was Frantz Fanon. I'm trying to remember how he said it about every generation having to, how did he put it now? Either every generation has to define its part, or every generation has to do something. Frantz Fanon said it very well. But the point is that you cannot sit in the comfort of your home and things are going wrong, and you say, no, I'm not going to go out to demonstrate. I'm not going to join in protest. I'm not going to challenge the government. I'm not going to do ABC. Look, the government will get away with murder. The point I'm trying to say, as a student in the University of Ibadan, we did a lot of protests. In fact, if you go and read the National Youth Service Corps, the first draft that was made, and what emerged finally as a draft, it was because of the amount of protests against Gawan that Gawan even had to come to University of Ibadan, and we talked about it, and he assured that there will be some changes. So the youths of today, they have everything available at their fingertips to make a change if they want to. But whether they are prepared to do that is another thing. But there is no other way. If they are waiting for a systematic change that somebody, no, look, nobody prays for a coup, because military intervention brought us in so many ways, destroyed the trajectory of Nigeria's development. And I do not see it changing, not with the set of military officers that we have today anyway. So the younger generation must begin to figure out, if you left school so many years ago and you are not employed, and you see people fighting for a cause for you and you are not involved, then that's a problem. But again, maybe that's too radical a position. One way or the other, we must, maybe my generation and others would also have to begin to advise that we reform our school system and ensure that the teachers that teach are also inspirational. That's why I've been advocating, talking to people sometimes when I go to some states. I ask the governors, listen, you cannot manage all the schools you have. Among those schools you have are voluntary educational institutions that you took many years ago. Return it back to the owners. Let's see whether it will help, because they really
religious institutions.
Yes, religious institutions. Let's see whether it would actually. So you have a little to manage, and they also will be able to help you manage all these other institutions. But the truth of the matter is that we all must begin to think seriously on how to find a solution to the current problem. If we leave it alone to government, we are going to be in trouble, because the government itself is not showing enough capacity and will to be able to provide solution to all these issues. And the media that should be taking our concerns sometimes are distracted with so many of these issues.
And I see, just to say to the participants, I'm going to take questions, but please use the Q&A tab to write your questions, and I will give full attribution to the person, who poses that question, and my guest will have an opportunity to address them. The Q&A tab, not the chat tab. It will be difficult for me to scroll through the different chats to pick out the question. Ambassador Keshi, I see an almost deliberate effort not to mention the big elephant in the room, which is China. So the changing world order, the exit of the West, may mean an opportunity for China to play a more dominant role on the continent. What results from that is what we're beginning to see now, a bit of a debt trap, where many governments have signed all kinds of loans with the Chinese government that has locked us into a bit of a trap. How do you see Africa's relationship with China, what we've seen, how it's evolving, and what it may look like in the future? And in your view, how should we be engaging with China and whomever else emerges to plug the gap that I think the West might create?
Patrick, China today is a phenomenon on its own. It is the manufacturing capital of the world. It has virtually overtaken the United States in almost all indices of development, particularly production. There was a time I used to argue that when the United States sent its envoys to Africa to caution us against China and the debt trap that you spoke of, my reaction has always been that, look, if America wants us to abandon China, America should put the same amount of money, 80 billion on the table for us to borrow and do something in Africa. Patrick, the problem is not that the Chinese have done bad in giving us money to, giving us some fund to borrow with. The problem is, it's like when you go to the bank to borrow. Let's be frank with ourselves. If you go to the bank to borrow money to build a factory, and you take that money, you go and build a hotel, or you go and build you go and buy cars, and at the end of the day, you cannot pay back. Are you going to blame the Chinese? Of course, no. Number one. Number two, at the time you were going to borrow that money, did you do enough homework? You want to build a shipyard or, a seaport. Did you do enough homework to ensure whether that seaport has the capacity to generate enough funds to be able to repay back the Chinese? You want to build it's like what's going on in Nigeria today. Every state is building an airport, borrowing money to build an airport where planes are not going to. So you are going to owe the bank. It's similar to that. For me, the Chinese have not done anything wrong by saying, I'm putting 80 billion on the table for you Africans. If you have the capacity, a country like Nigeria, if we can manage ourselves very well, I'm sure we have the capacity to borrow from the Chinese and pay back if we organize ourselves, very well. Obviously, because of, number one, our population, and the fact that, look, this is a country that has the capacity to take loans, and if properly managed, I believe that we can pay back. Africa's inability to pay back has nothing to do with the generosity of the Chinese. I think we need to establish that. The Chinese have done us a favor. It is now left to us when we are going to these negotiations. Can we, for goodness sake, do our homework properly? Patrick, I don't know whether you've ever gone to the bank to borrow money, but I have had to approve, loans for when I was in UBA. And I see exactly the amount of work the boys do to ensure that the guy borrowing money has the capacity and ability to pay back those loans. Those are the kind of thing I want to see Africans do. If we take money for production, I can understand. If we take money to build seaports, I can understand. If we take money to expand our airports, I can understand. But make sure that you also ensure that you are able to recoup these resources and pay back the Chinese. If you do not do that, you don't begin to blame the man who's been generous to you, that he was stupid to have given you assistance.
Exactly. Let me take some questions from our participants. Yes. There's one from Tunde Arogumati. He says, without appropriate representation at the level of ambassador, consul general, high commissioner across the globe, how can Nigeria expect to progress on any form of national interest propagation and position herself in the emerging new world order? And I'm sure this is an issue that you discuss in the Association of Career Diplomats.
Not having an ambassador outside in our mission, tragic as it is, it's not as bad as not growing the economy at home at the end of the day. Because you see, what happens when the ambassador is off, it's not in its mission, is that the most senior officer, and invariably a very top senior officer, takes charge of the ministry. The only problem is that that officer who acts as the chargé d'affaires do not have the reach that the ambassador has. I give you an example of what will happen to us in the next Saturday in Rome. Now, you'll be ambassadors are seated based on the dates, which on seniority, based on the date of your presentation of credentials. So no matter the seniority of a man covering Rome today, even if in the past the Nigerian ambassador was number 2, number 3, and it's not there today, the current gentleman who is for the ambassador as a chargé d'affaires will be thrown far away to the back to say with officers, nowhere near the front of where some very, very small countries, with all respect, I shouldn't be using those small, for every country, you know, those small countries will be sitting in front, and a big country like Nigeria is far, far thrown to the back because that it has no ambassador. But look, that is just one of the problems, and there's no way you can properly, you know, defend this. There'll be so many excuses given for our inability to appoint ambassadors, from lack of finance to reforming and so on. The issue of finance is that since I joined the ministry and retired, we've always had this problem of finance, simply because the Ministry of Finance and some government officials refuse to understand the importance and the contribution of foreign policy to Nigeria's development. And so they start the Ministry of Funds. It was only, I think, during Ngozi's time that some solution was found to the issue. But as soon as it left, the Minister of Finance and co went back to their bad ways of depriving the Ministry of Funds. So, but it's not going to, look, it will just affect our ability to operate, but it will not affect our ability to do some of the things we want to do at home.
I have another question from Temitope Adebayo, and he says, do you think the radical approach by youth to get what they want from their leaders could lead to a peaceful outcome in the light of an irresponsible government that does not bat an eyelid to kill and maim? Does violence lead to peace? So essentially, we're encouraging the youth to go out there and demand, but that could lead to violence. How do you respond to that?
Look, there one thing I would say with regard to our leaders. They are not of the same breed like Netanyahu. So there's a limit to which they themselves will accept killing youths in this country. But whether we like it or not, the Nigerian situation will not change if we, the people, we the people do not begin to fashion out how to address the current situation where we have left the government to operate as if we don't exist. You know, the latest, for example, I saw a cartoon, a very interesting cartoon, that those who have promised you lights are now going to buy solar. So it tells you you're on your own.
And that's the announcement by the Aso Rock, the presidential villa in Nigeria.
Exactly. So it lets you on your own
to move to solar.
Good. Yeah. In another country, look, whether it will succeed or not, today in the United States, almost all cities are demonstrating against President Trump. If you call out people here, because our leaders have divided us, they go around, they mobilize their tribal leaders, they mobilize the emirs, they mobilize the beasts, they mobilize the pastors and say no. Or they say to one part of the country, don't get involved. So our leaders have perfected a way of dividing us, and in dividing us, they continue to get away with murder, whether we like to admit it or not. That is the honest truth about this country. You know, sometimes you look at this country so well endowed. Look, to tell you that there is still some hope, take a look, for example, at the entertainment industry, Patrick. Not one single government penny is in that sector. But look at how far they've gone. Not one single government penny is in that sector. But look at what those guys have done. I don't know where somebody was pointing out that Boma Boy, there was a video going around, Boma Boy, a boy from Port Harcourt, is playing in a 60,000
capacity
arena. Capacity. 60,000 capacity. And when Boma Boy is out there, he's representing Nigeria or Davido or the rest of the beautiful artists. So, but what I'm trying to emphasize, not one single penny of government is in that industry. Never mind that government claims credit for it today. So this is where Nigerian youth should begin to think seriously about the future. Those of them in ICT that are doing well should do more. But government should be the enabler to create the atmosphere for that to grow. And that includes just being transparent in everything. That includes good governance. That includes investing massively. I keep using the word investing massively in education, in health, in agriculture, because agriculture will form a fulcrum for our industrialization. And it is time Africa begins to industrialize and trade among itself. Certainly, when we do that, we'll become a credible player, within the emerging new global situation.
Exactly. I have a question from Deirdre Lapine. Deirdre lives in DC, but has done a lot of extensive work in the Niger Delta. I'm aware of the work she did on developing the action plan on Niger Delta a few years ago. So Deirdre's question is, how can the Braced Commission become a force for developmental change in the Niger Delta? And I want to tag on the back of that. What are some of the challenges that the Braced Commission has faced in driving the development blueprint? I'm aware that you put together. I was kind of tangentially involved with that. So what are some of the challenges with implementing that development plan and developing the Niger Delta region?
The Niger Delta, for me, I have really learned a lot, and it informs some of the things I say about governance in this country. And I say this with sadness. Number one is that successive leaders, going far from the past, do not. But by the way, let me explain that the Braced Commission was an idea of the private sector, of people from the South-South extraction, most of them living in Lagos. And of course, the governors, I think the second generation of governors, the Imokes and so, that came up with the idea of trying to see how they can create an economic cooperation of the 6 states, partly to integrate the economy and partly to ensure that they are globally competitive. But unfortunately, successive leaders, I'm not too sure, have actually spent time, despite all efforts, to understand what it means to create economic cooperation and integration and the process that it has to go through. That's number one. Number two is the fact that politics has been an hindering factor, in the development of the Braced Commission. Anytime the Braced Commission seems to be doing well, after the governors have met 1, 2, 3, and there's optimism in the air, something comes and knocks everything off the radar, and you are back to, square one. In the process of 2015, you had Amechi creating its own problem. Much later, we had a chairman that for 6 years was afraid of calling a meeting because of one other governor. And right now that we seem to be doing reasonably well, you now have an emergency in one of our key states, in Rivers State. So it becomes very challenging. But look, I'll say this, which is a general statement. We in Nigeria need to understand that there is more than one government in the country, and that everything do not start and begin and ends with the federal government, and that the states have enormous amount of resources. And if we spend more time challenging the federal government, talking about the federal government, and we are not focusing on what's happening in the states, we are not doing ourselves, well. I make the point all the time that if the states do not grow, Nigeria will not be a developed country, simply because the states control so many things. They are responsible for primary education, to a large extent secondary education. They are responsible for agriculture. So if they do not pay attention, if the states do not develop all this, the federal government can do some magic in terms of microeconomic indices and tell us that we're doing reasonably well. But if the states do not grow as they should grow, now the Federation of Nigeria will continue to experience challenges.
Mm. Mm. I have a question from Professor Richard Joseph. And he says there's
Is it the same Richard Joseph that we all know?
Yes, who has been a guest on this show and always graciously joins each of our conversations.
Professor Richard, my greetings if you are hearing me.
He can definitely hear you.
I haven't seen him for a long time.
Fantastic. So his question is, there's a profound political and government crisis in the United States, including its attitudes and actions regarding Africa. What should be the response from African leaders to this situation that is still evolving, still emerging, but is real?
Oh, look, it's real. I think it was last week that the New York Times published an article about the reform of the State Department, for example. And at the same time, they said they were going to eliminate the African Bureau, And I think this morning or yesterday, there are indications that they've actually started implementing that document that they denied did not exist in the first place. Look, there is no other answer to, quote and unquote, to the disrespect being paid to Africa than for Africa to grow up. Again, it goes back to the fact of what we've been saying. Africa needs to take up the challenge of today and convince the world that it wants to be a responsible partner in almost all phases of development. There's no other answer to it. And again, it goes back to what I've been saying. So it must industrialize, it must grow its economy, it must educate its people, it must ensure peace and security in the continent, and it must trade within itself. If it can do all this, I think the United States will respect Africa. But as it is today, when a whole government will completely ignore, just take away the whole of African department as if it does, as if Africa doesn't exist, and they hand it over to a gentleman they call a special advisor working within the office of the Director of National Security. The impression I get from what I'm hearing, is that this might just be a small people in one small room managing in cubicle, just managing the whole of Africa. That is the level of insult we have brought upon ourselves for refusing to grow up in the last 60 to 70 years.
Exactly. And if that's the case, isn't this some kind of a blessing in disguise? So I know there's a lot of talk about, the West has exited, they've cut back on aid, Africa, woe be us, we're going to die. Isn't this like the kind of shock that many scholars have talked about, that one needs to just wake up from this slumber and deal with the issues? So we talk about the vacuum in political leadership in Africa. Isn't it just that we have both intellectual and moral bankruptcy? We don't have any philosophical positions like the leaders of the first generation Africans. I mean, the independence and post-independence Africans. Isn't it that there's nothing? China had to dig deep after they failed the experiment with Chairman Mao. The experiment, Deng Xiaoping led them on an experiment that then led to where China is today. Isn't that the kind of conversation we should be having on the continent today versus this, we're all about to die because America has decided to relegate us to where we've always placed ourselves? What's your point?
Absolutely, Patrick. I can't say it better than you've put it. But unfortunately, or let me not use the word unfortunately, I want to hope that somewhere in this part of the world, there are leaders who are actually thinking that way. And that these leaders are preparing to launch a new philosophy that will really help Africa. Because if they don't do that, if they continue the way they've been going, pretending that they don't care about the rest of the world, they don't care whatever happens to their citizens and just do what they want to do. Look, Patrick, some 20 years from now, if we are all still alive, we come back and we'll be having this same conversation that we've been having for years. That's the honest truth. You said it all. There's something more to add. to it. You know, sometimes sometimes I just wonder exactly where do we start from? And I end up again by saying, look, I can only hope that our leaders will wake up and see what's going on today as a challenge and decide to say, look, let's take up this challenge. But the other excuse could also be that they are so confronted with so many problems, which, by the way, they created themselves, that they leave away the opportunity to sit down and think. It's probably almost non-existent. It doesn't exist. So they just go from, day to day, sign one document, somebody brings this proposal, you sign. Nobody asks a question about implementation of those things. Look, our problem is not policy. For someone who has served as permanent secretary to the cabinet, taking policy documents to the cabinet for approval, I'll tell you for sure, our problem is not policy. Yes, there could be problem, particularly I always quarrel with the Minister of Works and Housing, and they are still doing the same thing today. They bring you so many road developments, all of them costing billions and billions. They are not telling you where the money is coming from. They are still doing it today. But the point is that if our leaders could just begin to say, we need to change direction. The trajectory we are following will lead us to nowhere. The world is changing. There are opportunities we can capitalize upon. How do we approach this? In the case of a number of countries like Nigeria, a lot more will have to be done at the governmental level. The bureaucracy is overblown. It does not look like Nigeria itself. It does not look like Nigeria. And in a country where you do not have unity and unity of purpose, how do you mobilize the people to greatness? You can't. Because if you are talking of greatness and they are not involved, they simply ignore you and do whatever they want to do. And that's part of the situation we find in Nigeria.
Let me ask a question, and just reflect on this a bit. You've operated at very, very senior levels, both in public and private sector, both at the national and at the very local level. We talk about these leaders doing what seems like common sense to the rest of us, just driving implementation, taking the right decisions, doing simple things well. What, in your view, is the problem? This cannot be an ununderstandable, incomprehensible problem. What is the problem? Why is it difficult for people who've been tasked with solving basic problems? What is difficult with them doing those basic things? National, private sector, public sector, micro, what's the challenge?
In my view, the private sector has shown far more leadership in managing their affairs and ensuring that there is proper execution from policy to execution than the public sector has done. And I think part of the problem, look, there was a time I used to say to people, if you ask me, for example, about the presidents that I work closely with, and even before then, even as a young officer in Lagos, I remember that from 1982 to 84, I think, I was always in Dodam Barracks every week, covering one meeting on that Shagari and things like that. And I saw the president at work. If you ask me about the presidents, one thing I would also say is that listening to them, they seem to mean well for the country. They seem to understand what they think where they think the country should be going. And in the cabinet meetings and some of their pronouncements, they seem to understand what needs to be done. And I think that the problem is that thereafter, decisions are taken, promises are made, because some of these policies probably has not been properly made. I was giving you an example of the Ministry of Works that will bring all sorts of projects. And after every council meeting, it will be announced that XY road has been allocated so much, but the truth of the matter is there's no money for it, for any of those roads. But council has approved it, hoping that this is why if you go and do a study, you will find out that the roads that successive presidents in the past have built, we are rebuilding them today. Not because they were, they were announced, but they were not built. In fact, I saw somebody asking questions, itemizing about 6 or 7 items of what the Tinubu administration promised. And the question is, we have not heard any more about this. So these things are, are there. So it has to do more like some decisions are taken. There's a problem of implementation. And when you begin to think of problem of implementation, it now boils again down to the capacity and capability of the bureaucracy to execute this. And the bureaucracy itself, particularly in the key ministries that have so much money, their attention is not properly executing this project, but corruption steps in. And once corruption steps in, I'm sure that their attention is completely, and because we do not make people to pay for some of these things, nobody asks questions. Nobody asks questions on all these things. Next year, you represent the same, you give one reason or the other for failure or something like that, and everybody's like, oh, okay, let's get it done again. So we probably need to overhaul the whole system and ensure that once a decision is taken, implementation also, people pay attention to implementation of these, policies. Number two, I also think with particular reference to Nigeria, we also need to begin to look at the people we appoint to political offices and as heads of agencies. If you go out, Patrick, I don't know what part of the world you are today, but if you are in Nigeria, take a look, just go around any of the streets and ask people to name Buhari's ministers and what they did. You'll be shocked that most of them can't even remember their names. There are some ministers in today's administration that we have never heard their voices. They've never said anything. Particularly, I always complain about the Minister of Defense. And why I complain about the Minister of Defense is that it's the failure of those charged with running the defense ministry, by the way, are not the service chiefs. It's the political leadership. But these guys have abandoned that responsibility to the service chiefs. And this is why every day of our life, you find the service chiefs injecting themselves into our lives when they should be behind the scene, behind the shadows, advising their minister, the minister advising the president. But the situation where you never even heard anything, we are going through massacre, more or less, in Benue and Plateau. Have you heard the Minister of Defense say what? No. Have you heard the Minister of Police Affairs say what? Absolutely no. That's the situation we find ourselves. So maybe we need to begin to appoint people who can manage this office, and they should be schooled as to what is their responsibilities when you are holding this office. Nobody has brought you, given you the high office to just warm the seats. You've been brought to take action. You've been brought to take action. And everybody in that department reports to you, and you report to the president, not the other way around as is happening today. And that creates problem in itself.
And again, just talking about rehauling or just rehashing our systems, I have a question from Jesse Dinju, and it's you seems to have identified leadership as the core of Africa's problem. Juxtaposing that with China, India, and maybe Rwanda, in terms of the system of leadership, we discover that the type of democracy being practiced by these countries seem to be tweaked to suit their local peculiarities. Do you think that Nigeria and Africa need to redesign the practice of democracy to what suits our local needs to address the problems of good leadership? And if yes, how?
Democracy has the same definition anywhere. Free election, good governance, accountability, and the rest of, it. Yes, China does not practice all kinds of democracy, but their value have enabled them to define the trajectory that they want to take. And their system has enabled them to make enough provision, to take care of their people. I mean, let's look at the number of people India and China have taken out of poverty. Patrick, 30 million Chinese travel out of China annually or more. They all return back to China. Half of those who travel from Nigeria or from Africa, if they have their way, they won't even come back. What does that tell you? Because the leaders in this country are doing everything possible to provide for them, unlike us. So the problem is not with democracy. It is our leaders understanding what it means and how they can reorder society, rebuild society, re-engineer, social development or development itself to cater for the vast majority of the people. And I think that's exactly the challenge that we face. Look, I think 2 days ago when we were talking, you were reminding me that, quote unquote, the decline of America, some attributed to that it started even long before Reagan. And that's because the system that was set up for, after the Great Depression, in which a lot was providing social safety net for the American people. When they began to leave that and created this inequality propelled by liberalism, and then you created 1% of very rich people and the whole generation of others not doing well, of course, that led to anger and crisis that eventually produced Donald Trump at the end of the day. So we can imagine that it could happen anywhere. But if our leaders can just, for a change, decide that, look, there's really so many things they can do to change the trajectory of and the route of development in this country. And I go back to some of the things I have said before. Again, borrowing from what others have done, that if you invest in education, if you invest in health, if you invest in agriculture, if you provide social, safety net for the people, that a lot could be done. And you do this across board and across the states. If you take Nigeria, for example, and by the way, all over Africa, I think there'll be some changes in the continent. I have not lost hope that the continent can change. I'm only hoping that the emerging global situation will compel African leaders to rethink development, to rethink what they need to do at home in order to ensure that Africa becomes a respected continent. And that respected continent is a continent that can look after itself, that has a capacity to be productive, and that capacity to take care of its own people.
Yeah, and so good points. I have another question that takes us back to Brace Commission, and it's from Ndunwokolo, who's a partner with us at Next Year. He says that the worry crisis is brewing again, and it's very obvious that there is more to it, to what is fueling the current crisis, as the silence by government at the federal and state level is worrying, in fact, maybe even deafening. Can Brace Commission step in to help resolve this issue? And if yes, in what manner or form?
No. We've not gotten ourselves involved with politics. Politics in that part of the world is it's another story called, completely. But again, this is part of the problem, Patrick. You have the intelligence agency. If Wokolo can read and understand that there's a crisis brewing in Warri, the president should by now have been advised to begin to deal with the governors and the traditional rulers and all those involved to find out, to make sure that that crisis is nipped in the bud.
Exactly.
But oftentimes we do nothing. Then you begin to question, you begin to put a lot of question on the capacity and ability of our security agencies to do their work. And I'll say this, I'm not trying to disparage the police or the military and so on, but the truth of the matter is that in the last couple of years, they have virtually failed this nation, Nigeria. There's no doubt about that in my mind. The way they are doing things. I can take the example of what happened in ENUGU recently. Patrick, there's no way, if you know that route very well, whether you are coming from Port Harcourt through to Onitsha, through Asaba, to Rumi, or you are coming from Yenegua to Saple and the rest, there are over 100 police and military checkpoints. How do people carrying guns pass all those checkpoints? And the police and the military did not dictate it, but a vigilante group dictated it, and that led to the unfortunate killing of people at the end of the day. So you can begin to imagine, So I think the issue of Warri, if it's brewing again, it is the responsibility of the state governor, the responsibility of the federal government, and everybody concerned to move in very quickly to see that they can douse the fire before it gets out of hand.
Okay, so let's project forward. Let's look forward. Let's say we're now in 2030, 2040. What fundamental shifts do you anticipate in Africa's relationship with global powers? And what concrete steps should African leaders take today to strengthen the continent's collective position in shaping rather than, merely responding to the new world order?
But look, first and first, I think they should look inwards and ensure that they grow their economy seriously. There's no other way. That's the first thing they need to do. Grow the economy in such a way that it can provide employment, it can provide jobs for the people, it can provide prosperity for the people. That's number one. Number two is that, look, the way we have to wait and see what emerges when the dust settles on the current disruption of the world order. But the truth of the matter is that Africa would have to go back to its non-aligned posture and, based on its own interests, relate to each of these emerging powers as best as it can. So whatever you can get from the Chinese, but again, you have to be prepared not to be in a more debt trap. You can. Whatever you can get from the Americans or from the Europeans, you can. But all these should be things that will help you yourself to grow and develop and become a credible player within the international system. But if you continue with the old attitude, as if, quote and unquote, you are retarded and everybody comes to give you aid, your bosses go abroad and they sign for loans and all that kind of thing, it's not going to help the continent because it does not help us, till today. But apart from that, we need to reform our politics. Our politics, the way it is today, is practically not working very well for us. Democracy, no matter what happens, democracy is the same everywhere. As long as you obey the rules of the game, free, fair election, free media, good governance, accountability, the rule of law, particularly the rule of law. One of the reasons why we are having a lot of problems, particularly with the issue of corruption, crime, and so many other things, is that nobody pays for doing anything wrong today. I refuse to believe that a group of people will ride on a motorcycle to Jos and Benue. Nobody can find them. And then we are all crying that so many people were killed. They disappear. 2-3 days later, they come back again and commit more atrocities. They disappear. A week today, we have received no report from the police that anybody has been arrested. So these are some of the things we need to avoid until our leaders begin to do the right thing and make sure that African leaders begin to do things and make sure that everybody's protected. Until we keep to tenure and stop tenure elongation. And in the case of Nigeria, fortunately, apart from my boss OBG, we don't have that neck for tenure elongation, but we have something different, where the central government believes that in the next coming election, it must win all states. No, the Constitution did not say you must win all states. You don't even need all states, so you can allow other political parties to exist, for goodness sake. You don't have to compel all the governors to endorse you or to make sure that they support your re-election. If you knew how you won the last election, as they do in the United States, this is why in the last election, this is common in the United States, most of the candidates, America has 50 states, if I'm still right. The presidential candidates did not even touch on states at all. They were in a few critical states. So we could do this at least with respect to Nigeria. You don't have to compel governors to vote for you. You don't have to say to governors, mobilize your people because I want to win the whole country. This was what led to NRC failure in the 80s and the coup, because of the way they ruled the election and they won as Buhari. Shagari was rejoicing every time we go to to Dodan Barracks. He was telling every visitor, oh, we had a landslide victory. But when he was forming his cabinet, his colleagues were those who engineered that landslide victory and were not in cabinet, were saying, did you know how we achieved that landslide victory? You don't need a landslide victory. Just you are expected to win a couple of states, I think get 25% here and there, and you are elected president. So we do not have to be rascally when it comes to elections, particularly in this country and in other places too. Let's allow free and fair election. If you lose, you go home and sit down and let's see whether consistent change of government will bring the leaders that will do wonders for Africa.
Mm-hmm. And maybe my last question, what gives you hope? So I see you doing the circuits on TV and, where does that hope for the future come from? Many people in your status have resigned, just enjoying their retirement. You're out there, you're pushing this narrative. Where is that passion or vision coming from? And what's this vision for Nigeria and what's driving it? Last point.
Patrick, I'm a restless spirit to start with. Two, this country in every aspect has been fair to me. I'm a product of free education because I grew up in the West. And I enjoyed all the days I stayed, in that part of the world. This country made it possible for me to go around the world. Everywhere I have been to, in the last 20, 30 years, 90% was financed by this country. So I actually owe this country a lot. So a bulk of my generation, we have enjoyed this country. And the generation before us, they even did better. My only regret is that the generation, for example, that took over what the British left behind, turned around and destroyed it. My hope is that the more some of us talk and call for these changes, that people will listen and agree, to change. What also gives me hope is that at some point in time, you think you've seen it all, that it's hopeless, there's a sense of hopelessness. You see a few signs of the fact that, no, things can actually change if we set our mind doing that. I referred you to the entertainment industry, and I said to you, look, the government did not put a penny. Never mind that they use it today to rebase Nigeria. Exactly. If the younger people can recreate that in the ICT sector, if the diaspora in particular can listen to what I started saying to them from year 2000, that they need to be involved in this country's development, but they need to come as a critical mass to help this country's development. I think a number of things will change. And I'm glad to say that I know that quite a number of diaspora in the medical field are doing quite a lot in this country, with more coming in. Again, that critical mass, with a lot more people from the ICT coming in, with some of our professors, coming in to join the university staff and help, change the university system. I'm just hoping that there'll be changes. Where we are going to have problem, a lot of problem, will be within government itself, because that's an institution that is going to take a lot of changes. But it will take a determined leader to change the military and its mindset, change the police and the mindset. Patrick, sometimes I look at the call for state police, and I say to myself, the greatest mistake we will make in this country today is to create state police from what we have. It will be disastrous. And I keep saying, so what do? We do what the Sierra Leoneans did a couple of years ago after the Civil War. They got the British to send 200 police to retrain the police force in Sierra Leone. I have no idea how they are performing. But honestly, the Nigerian police of today have lost its soul, and they need help either from the British police to retrain the whole gambit of the Nigerian police so that they can understand what it means to be a police force.
Thank you for this. Thank you for this very enlightening conversation. It's always a pleasure listening to you. And this topic on the New World Order is an important one, and that's why in this episode of Development Discourse, we've talked with someone who's worked at the highest levels of diplomacy in Nigeria. And in 2 weeks' time, I'll be talking with Todd Moss, who was a Deputy Assistant Secretary in the State Department, focused on Africa, and today runs a think tank focused on energy out of Washington, D.C., again on the New World Order and what it means for Africa's development. So, Ambassador Keshi, thank you for your time and being gracious with all the points you made today.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you to your team as well. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, and thanks, everyone. See you next time.
Regular program that comes to you on Signaturetv. Signaturetv is on channel 265 on SLTV, and of course on all social media handles. We are live 24 hours on YouTube, and I'm sure we are no more new to you. You have been following us. So today again we come on news. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. You are a regular newser, a person who sits here and pretend I'm the actor. Why? It's nothing new because we all think and talk. The idea of bringing news is the idea to think and talk, but just to counter the idea that some people somewhere will talk and think, and But that's Nigeria for you, and that's the world for you. So today we are here again, and guess what? A lot of things have been calling our attention to think and talk about, and one of them is the issue that is going on quite recently started in Anambra State, was Governor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, the executive governor, some people will put, has decided that he will close down as punitive measure on the main market, to score a point and make sure that the people, especially the traders, listen to him and open their markets, especially on Mondays. Over time, the last 4 or 5 years, people in Southeast Nigeria have decided that they will stay off work every Monday, whether you are trading, whether you are in civil service, in connection with what they call incarceration and illegal incarceration. They say for the leader of indigenous people of Biafra leader IPOB, and that is what has over time festered and become a culture of sit at home. If you are outside Nigeria, anywhere outside Igbo land, Southeast Nigeria, you call any friend on Monday morning and said, where are you? He said, we are sitting at home. And you say, why? He said, the people, they say, because some people even started adhering to sit at home by what they said, not just by what they felt. And it became a culture. Some few people over time who decided that they will not sit at home paid with their lives. Some are still missing, some are kidnapped, and then there were viral videos of people who wanted to beg the orders of the leaders of Southeast Nigeria, their governors, and over time, and they were either abducted, some of them were pied, as the new language of killing people in Nigeria has become. And some of them have not been found. What happened to them? Some families have gone posting their videos asking for their missing relations to be found since 2023. Some of them started missing and that. Now, the broad question, why is Governor Chukwuma Soludo, professor and the experienced governor and the experienced man in management and financial issues, why has he come back with force to make sure that people will go back to open up their shops in main market or Onitsha on Mondays? Why did he start with Onitsha? Because I know in people sit at home on Mondays, and some other major cities like Ekwuobi and all the Agwata, people sit at home. Even in some part of Oka where you have the capital territory of Anambra State, people sit at home. But it's only in Oka because the governor is there, he has managed to quell this sickness of sitting at home. But recently, people have described what he's doing with the main market as clearing madness with pepper, or killing a rat with mallet, or ant with mallet, and then trying to solve one problem and creating chain of other problems. And you ask yourself, is it that is worthy of a governor who has over time been there for 4 years and has seen the thinking of the people? He went to the street to campaign for the second tenure, and he went and talked to everybody, and people came out to receive him, and now some people felt, is it how he's going to pay them back? Is it that, what? And then they came out with figures of how much the Southeast Nigeria is losing, and every day they sat at home on Mondays. So the figures that they came out officially said 18 billion. And the Anambra State alone loses 8 billion for Onitsha main market, just one market in Onitsha closing down. And that caused for a lot of attention, and I said, oh, so this is how much Anambra State missing and losing in the economy. And over time, that means the other remaining 5 days or 6 days, the markets open, but they're making that much times 6. Wow, Anambra State must be very rich state. And then the ones that they're getting from the main market over time. What have they done for main market or the people who trade in main market with? And then the Southeast that they are claiming loses much. Some states in Southeast has found out how to solve their own problem. I remember one time in ENUGU, the governor of ENUGU state, Governor Peter Ba, tried to use force at a main market, and it was resisted. Even some people lost their lives, and he went back to strategize. Over time, sit at home in ENUGU died natural death, and people of ENUGU go about their business on Monday. Even while there are some people still that have carved that into their system that nothing will make them go out on Mondays. They on their own. We do not find the governor of ENUGU state coming out to say, if you do not come out on Monday, we will ban you from breathing the air in ENUGU state, and we're going to kill you and close down and sue you to court and tell you how much you are making ENUGU state lose. Because the people say, things you give attention grows. Now that the governor of Anambra State has opened up this can of worms again, you have seen reactions and chain of reactions coming back. Those non-state actors that were issuing orders and the people of Anambra were obeying have resurfaced again. And they have begun to issue orders again. And we even heard the order they gave out and said in coming weeks, if anybody comes out on Monday, this is what they make sure the whole Southeast now. We have to close down on a Monday to fight back at Governor Soludo. And I asked the people of Southeast. My father said in a proverb, he said, and I asked my people from Southeast, for how long are we going to do this using, because there's a rat in our house, to set our house ablaze, and to who will come and sympathize with us, who will think, empathize with us that will set our house on fire because we notice some cockroaches and rats in our home? That's the first question. And he's using, pardon me, I'm using proverb of bone and silence to ask that question. Now you ask again, I've overused this word, and they say, can we use people to cure madness? We noticed that in the last past months and weeks in Anambra State, there's been peace quietly returning. And then governor coming out with this way, with this force, has brought the issue of Ikuchakwa Kamko. We're going to fight each other to make sure whose order will be obeyed. And we say, when two elephants are fighting in somebody's sitting room, can you imagine what happens about that? So the people of Anambra are pressing up governor of course several meetings, and even threatening that he's even allowing non-market to stay, that he's even thinking about converting that place to a school. And we say, that's a wonderful one. Once you have power as a governor, you have so many things you will do with it. All we are asking is, the Constitution has given you power as a state governor, but probably use it the right way, not by threat. Because these threats and counter threats coming up, it's so much for one small state, Anambra. I mean, Anambra, are people who believe in their own destiny. They fight their own cause. This is a state where people, individuals who make money, provide water for the streets they live, pave the roads where they live, build their own schools where they live. Now you start to ask yourself, what the governors or people in government do for people of Anambra State? It's only that market where they make this money to provide for themselves all they need that is being used now against them with any manner of things. And then somebody asks, if somebody say, I don't want to open my shop to sell, who is being offended here? And what is the contribution of government in the shop I've refused to not open? Is the government I pay tax? Even if I'm not opening the shop, I'll pay you tax for using that or whatever in the chain, a multiplier effect. But I do not understand all this politics. I mean, but politics is politics. The former governor of Anambra State said that politics can him. May God bless his soul. And he played his own politics and he's gone. Some other people will come play the politics and go too. But the history will remember everybody for what they say. It was the classical hymn book from the Anglican Church. It said, only by our works we shall be remembered. And this very, very philosophical song that always emotional touch people whenever that song raises, especially when somebody is being buried. So remember, everywhere you are, whichever way you find yourself in Amchaman Market, whether you find yourself in Oka, the governor house, find yourself in the street of Oka, find yourself in the street of Onitsha, or the street of any other place in Anambra, only by your works we all shall be remembered. Even me that is talking here, whatever somebody said, whatever you sow, you reap, and that's it. It's a chain. And most times we take decisions, we forget this philosophy that even some people say is divine. Whatever a man sow, he will reap. So good luck to my people in Anambra. But I know that Johnny Beribe, for how long will we destroy ourselves just to make sure we prove a point? And that's it. Well, too much of a strike. We find that in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, some issues are going on there. The workers are on strike. And the workers are on strike. And the way the leaders are fighting back when some strike workers go on strike is shown with the way the strong man that is Federal Capital Territory Minister, Honorable Yoson Wike, the barrister himself, the strong man in Nigerian politics that has put his strides everywhere he put his leg. You know that Yoson Wike has passed there. And recently in Abuja, the workers in Abuja are now having their words against him. And we have seen various videos of their protest, and then the result of that protest. The latest is that the Minister of the Capital Territory has threatened that anybody who he found is still going on strike in the Federal Capital Territory, that he will be arrested and put in prison. They don't call it prison again, they put you in correctional center. And I was just imagining, close my eyes, imagining the number of workers in Abuja who have gone to the street. I'm sure with this trade, some of them will feel threatened and they want to go back. But what happened to the other part that we said over our dead body will go back? Then we now think about Kuje as the nearest prison. Maybe going back to Nasarawa State, the adjoining states like Kogi, they will open up to take all the workers in the Federal Capital Territory in their prison, in their correctional centers, so that because I know that Yoson Wike is a man of his words. When he says one thing, he follow it up. Now, at one time, people wanted to put hand in River State politics. He said, if you cross the River State, I will set fire here, start fire. All of them running. The fear of Yoson Wike is the beginning of wisdom. And then we say, in Igbo proverb, where they say, Dinta ne dano, Odudu ne dem. I will complete that because I don't know who is watching. But what it means that the hunter is busy aiming the game to shoot, while Fly is busy aiming for the bad side of his side, and that's where I put it. You know, talking about NBC and non-broadcast everywhere. Whatever the Inter has that is interesting for Fly to aim. Once Fly knows that once he touch that portion of the Inter body, that the Inter will weaken. That shows that the snake that's being killed, pursued to be killed, is struggling for life, while the man who is pursuing snake. That is why dialogue is the most important thing to use to settle any issue, whatever is family, move from family to community to kindred level to local government, move up to the state, even to the Federal Capital Territory. We are still, no matter who is struggling, whatever is stronger and who can make more noise and bigger more over here as a friend of Federal Capital Territory. Not even not for anything, knowing that that is the seat of government of Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are asking, calling for restraint. We are calling for dialogue. We are calling for advice that we sit down and talk. It's only by dialogue we achieve what we cannot achieve by fighting. Because there is also a proverb of God and silence who said, if a doctor has fought for every time for whatever you are owed, you must at the time to sit down to pay your debt. So you fight out the debt? Because the workers of Abuja said Federal Capital Territory Authority is owing them. But a very senior aide of the minister said over time, we read in the papers, in the various news, that Federal Capital Territory Authority is not owing anybody a single dime. So it became a word of the Federal Capital Territory Authority and the workers. But the workers are still there. They are still on strike. The health workers on strike. And we have reported in our newspaper reviews that a lot of people who are sick in the hospital admitted are going through stress. Some of them are dying because of lack of attention. And of course, they've created new business for all the private hospital owners. Some of even the hospitals are being owned by people who are working for FTA. You know, Trust Nigeria, how we do. And then we come about, when we hit on the thing, and we come about and say, oh, he's knocking. Meanwhile, it's we that knocked, and we run around to say, Nigerians are wonderful people, we are complex. But some of us are complex, satanically complex, because we know the truth and refuse to say the truth. And the Bible I read says, only truth you know will set you free. But when we decide not to say the truth, we put it under politics. Is politics about discussing lies we tell ourselves? No. We can only discuss issues and then put it to the point of universal acceptance, where we have more people who will align with what we say, so that we convince the minority who did not, and then not killing the minority who refuse, because the essence of democracy is that minority will have their say, while majority will have their way. But in Nigeria, we find it otherwise, because most of our people leaders are forcing a lot of things down our throat. When they are single individuals, then we say that even in the Bible, democracy was practiced when the people gathered and say, hey, we want Jesus killed. Whatever it come out of, let's bury it. They are still burying it. I don't know, Nigeria is part of that group. But the whichever group that killed Jesus are still, but then the power of the majority came to bear. And when we read some of the holy books, we do not learn. If the people working in Abuja said, we are being owed, I think they should be called. They have leaders for negotiation and find a way of talking to them. I do not think that over threat and over it can make what is bad over time turn good. I am not. I come in good. I come in peace, because we want peace to return to Federal Capital Territory, the seat of federal government of Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I think it's high time even the federal government take note of what is happening in that, because when you are your house is on fire, you do not pretend that it's not there. That's about it. So much protest in Anambra by the traders over the closure of market, protest in Federal Capital Territory, and the governor said you close down impunity, and then protest in Federal Capital Territory, and the Federal Capital Territory minister said, I will do this, I will take people to prison. Then protest in Lagos, because of Makoko and the Oroshoki displacement and clearance of that place and destruction of the places and houses and property of people by force, by government of Lagos State, the people went to State House to protest, and guess what happened? They brought in the policemen and all the security agencies that were throwing tear gas at the people. That's how many in the one episode of news. Protest one, protest two, protest third against the people. And we say we are operating democracy in Nigeria. According to one musician in Nigeria, you know him, he said it's democracy, we practice, not democracy. When in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, what is only there for the people is power, the right to protest. And now the same constitution will keep quiet when people are being killed or molested by their leaders when they protest. I say, we do not agree. Convince us to agree. The people that went to the Lagos State House Assembly to protest the destruction of Makoko and Oroshoki, tear gas were used. In one other platform, I said, the policemen, some of them that were using tear gas against people are living in those areas, still under the same squalor. Why are they using poor people against the poor people? Because there's no more middle class in Nigeria. If you are not living in Ikoyi and Banana Island and Aja and all those high class area, you are living in Shoki or in Makoko, partly in Mushi, has turned out to is neither here or there. In all those areas that used to demarcate the middle class, the poor, we used to have Ajegule. The same force that forced Ajegule out was forced to Makoko out now. And when they say why, the tear gas were used to respond to them. Now, what do you say about that? Is it this leg that Nama will reach Umuahia and we say we are practicing democracy in a country like Nigeria? Ask yourself, why should the people be attacked when they protest and they didn't go there with the AK-47? Because if it was AK-47, they would shoot back. But when they are with common placards, we no agree. Why didn't the government provide them an alternative settlement and assuage them and tell them, go home, send us your leaders, we will sit down and talk with them? This one is what will make the government look weak. Yes. So kill them all, send weapons, use of their tax money, buy AK-47, please, when they talk, shoot to them. And very soon you come back and ask for vote from these people. Of course, because Nigerian politicians don't need the vote of ordinary man to go back to positions. That's why we find this high level of impunity, you call it, and the way the highness of resentment and using power, show of power, to push the people back from saying. And I ask, can you beat a child and say you should not cry? That is the highest sense of insensitivity and wickedness. After all, if you have made up your mind to beat a child, whether in correction or whether out of wickedness, allow the child to cry, because muffling that child is double wahala for dead body. And that is not good. So, protest follow on the main market, because the people say we want to sit at home. The governor said you will not sit at home, and they are still in that protest. And governor has come over time and said, if you don't sit open, I will even take more drastic measures. No dialogue. Anyway, we like that dialogue as talking about. But even in dialogue, governor is still spitting fire over the people. The second one is FCTA, and you know the story how it started by, hey, the minister is running, or is not running, or whatever, and the minister came back and said, if you do not report to work, you go to jail. Then you go to Lagos and all, am I going back or not? This and this. These are just little things. These are picture of Nigeria for you. And here, I news. I sit down to think and talk about it. Is it good? If it is good, is it the best? Can it be better? Is it the leg that Mama will take to reach Umuahia? Is this how we're going to achieve democracy? We are asking for a perfect one for Nigeria. Or is it our democracy that is different from what other democracy of the world are practicing? Gentlemen, you can't help me because I need your help. I am confused. Okay, that's the last I will take. There is the same crisis is still going on in River State. And even the man in FCTA is also linked one way or the other with the crisis in River State. The recent development out of River State political crisis between Simfubara and the other side, it says Wike camp. By the way, I don't see it as crisis, it's just a little misunderstanding between Godson and Godfather and politics. They are taking it out of proportion. So we know over time when they will sit down and drink 40-year-old wine and champagne, and they will forget that some people are protesting for them. But we are afraid when we hear about the weak group in this protest, say they want to use the Port Harcourt Stadium to do a rally. And the government said not until the stadium is under construction. We are not refusing you. The stadium is under construction, and there's a threat against threat of what will happen if the stadium is not released at their beck and call to use it for what they want to do. And the broader question is, when our Honorable Nyesom Wike was governor of River State, did he use his power to refuse people use of stadium? Because at the point he was operating, he believed that the view was clearer. He could see what is benefiting River State and not. But as Fubara, at the point he is, even if he's, I made him governor, I helped to make him governor, whatever claims we have that is causing this play, Does he still have power as governor of Rivers State to use his discretion to know what to agree and what to refuse? If that is not so, I need an answer, because we think we have democracy in Rivers State, democracy in Anambra State, democracy in Rivers State, democracy in FCT. These are 4 areas that are making history in our news today. And until one somebody will say, what is this one talking again? When the first child begin to walk, then the second one can run. Because Jim said from a young pronouns from the head. Have you seen any young bringing out the whatever you call it from the tail? And that's the life, because things must follow order. Even in madness, there's an order. But in Nigerian democracy, I found out there's that kind of democratic madness or democratic madness in Nigeria. There's no order. It depends on who is calling the shot. From any point, if I'm in Anambra, I call the shot, close the market. If I'm in FCT, return to work or go to jail. If I'm in Lagos, and in times like I will show back on call and the way shaking, I bomb them. And if I'm in Rivers State, and then the governor, sitting governor said, I'm thinking about how to look at your, we are looking into your request to use your stadium for your rally. Hey, we'll bomb the stadium in. Nigeria is a complex state and nation. How can we survive under this? How can we comfortably try to move, cross a bridge, and say the bridge should break? If it's not we that determine who should be passing that bridge. Before we pass that bridge, where were we? Somebody said before. Before there were people who started eating groundnut. What were they eating before? So if groundnut go, they will start eating what they were eating before. After all, they were not eating go to drops. They were not eating apple when there was no groundnut. So why should we at this time pass over and ask over to G? That's not too good. I don't want to use strong words. I read the Igbo said, let the eagle perch, let the kite perch. But let anyone who said the other could not perch, let his wings scatter. I don't want to talk about it. And then you will say his wickedness. No, we are talking about going to equity with clean hands. What you will not want to wish others what you want them to wish you. And do not wish others what you wouldn't want to take. Don't give others what you won't take. Think about ourselves that what is good for the geese. It's also good for the gander. My father told me, if they don't bring you alive, because the man who said bring you alive is really alive. If you don't know what to do, swallow yours in your stomach. And that is the best way to describe democracy. Now, are we practicing democracy in Nigeria? Not to talk about how Nigeria is sliding into one-party nation or one-party state, and then some people are denying this particular this time era I find Nigeria is a very historic one. And the generations yet to come will take time to study this iconic and legendary era of Nigeria political development, because it's springing up surprises that we are trying to find it difficult to manage, and we say, hey, what is going on with us? Is this how we are going to live in this life? I'm getting information to say that I need to round up and then go. I wrote this particular app deliberately because I needed to touch on issues that come from my place, and that I've tried to touch. So if I've tried to touch it very well, then do the rest of thinking. News at home, you are free. You are just reading news in here. So news on, think and talk. Make sure you do not talk before you think, because it might sprung up issues that will bring us to come here to start using again, just like we have seen. And the ask say whether all this we have talked about, whether those who are the leaders there, did they think before they talked, or did they talk before they talked? My name is Christian Chibuzo. I'll be your host of news, and I will, by God's grace, I'll be here again on next episode. Stay tuned to Signature Television. Keep watching our program on SLTV channel 265, and of course on all social media handles. And you get whatever we have done well. Well, tell others what we didn't do well. Tell us so that we take notes. We are not based in Ghana here. God bless you, and bless you, and bless you.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top-charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&M Sunday Show with Obiora Ilo.
Hello and thanks for joining us. This is your show, the O&M Show on AIT. I am Obiora Ilo. Today on the program, we want to look at these agitations around the country. The most strident among them is that word restructuring, which we have pointed out here a couple of times, that if you have 1 million Nigerians and you say, tell me what restructuring is, you have 1 million different answers. Today we want to look at the relationship between restructuring and the economic challenges we are facing today. And what are the other reasons why there is so much agitation? You talk about IPOB, you talk about Biafra, you talk about Arewa, you talk about South-South groups. Almost in every part of Nigeria, you hear about these agitations. Today, we have the pleasure of tapping from the world of experience and knowledge of a man who has played a key role in Nigeria's economic development. Our guest today is former economic advisor to President Obasanjo. Currently, he is director of the Institute for Development Studies at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, Professor Osita Ogbu. Professor Ogbu will be joining me in a moment to look at some of these issues and other contemporary issues in our country today. But that will be after we take a short break. Don't go away.
Are you watching Nigeria's biggest late night show?
In a recessed economy, an economy that had gone into recession through no fault of ours, but the fault of the previous government, who refused to save anything when they sold oil at $110 a barrel and were producing 2.2 million barrels, our OPEC quota, full capacity, they saved nothing.
Change in the leadership in National Assembly is normal. It is not very abnormal. No. We are 109 in the Senate. Only 10 people are in the leadership. 99 are not in the leadership, and I'm not better than any of them.
I don't have issues. I don't have any strained relationship with the governor because I left PDP. PDP is dead. PDP is dead.
Poverty is inherited from one generation to another. And unless you do something from outside, an external support, those people will never leave poverty.
Giving out a welfare package, they've done the basic things. They are giving out something extra to uplift. We have not done the basic.
We know the sufferings of the people. We hear the cries of the people. We are sad about the hardships that they are going through. I can say from personal knowledge that that is one of the things dearest to the hearts of Mr. President.
Things are changing. Yes, to the ordinary man, it's difficult for you to see those changes because for now, those things that need to change gets back to the roots of a sustained fight against corruption. One of them is the need to change the laws.
When people say to me, Nigeria is non-negotiable, I say, please be careful what you say. The unity of Nigeria should not be negotiable. But the terms and conditions of staying together must be negotiated. It has always been negotiated.
O&M show with Obiora Ilo and Mahmoudia Kruger. Tuesdays, 11 p.m. and on Sunday, 2 p.m.
If you're just joining us, this is the O&M show. And my guest, Professor Signaturetv, former economic advisor to President Olusegun Obasanjo, is joining me right away. Prof, you're welcome.
Thank you, Sino. Good to be back here again.
Yeah, glad to see you.
Yes, it's a pleasure.
So as I was saying when I start,
this is somewhat not agreed upon by many. It's becoming an elusive concept. But your question is, what is the relationship? I gave a lecture on June 15th, Chartered Institute of Bankers annual lecture this year, and the title was National Integration, Citizenship, and the Challenge of Economic Policy Making, addressing exactly the points, the question you have raised. Mm-hmm. That centrally the thesis is, in the absence of a shared vision of a nation, of a national ethos, of national integration, economic policy making becomes problematic. Because everything is seen from the lens of ethnic bias, subnational bias. Even the process of budgetary allocation and budget making takes a dimension that may not necessarily be in the interest of the nation. So, first thing first, the point being made is we have crafted a state, meaning even from 1914, the amalgamation was state making. Mm-hmm. The creation of states from 12, 19 to what we have now, 36, is state making. When you finish making the state, you must create the nation. And that's a more difficult task.
Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, I'm coming. So we have a state, but it looks like we don't have a nation. A nation exists when all the groups and the individuals submit themselves to that nation as belonging to a political community, a community of oneness, a community that cares, a civil public, if you may like. So one may be likened to a hardware and the other one a software. You have put the hardware in place. You need this. The software is actually quite difficult. Mm-hmm. To create citizenship that has emotional attachment to the state, that recognizes that we're all one, that what hurts one hurts another, that the progress of one is the progress of all. That path, I think, is still work in progress. And the reason the agitation has come is also because the current structure has not delivered. And so people are saying, maybe we assumed too much by giving too much powers to the federal government. Those who crafted the Constitution and gave power to the federal government were not foolish. They thought through. They thought that a strong government will create this second part, this software, nationhood. This nationhood. That if we have a national police, if we have federal roads all over, that we can create a sense of belonging for everyone. Obviously, that was the thinking. But the practice of it has come short. So you find that the state governments are the ones supporting national police at the state levels. Mm-hmm. You find that the state governments are the ones repairing federal roads. So the question has come, this structure has basically not deliver the dividends that Nigerians are clamoring for. And they look back and say, look, there was a time when we thought things were better, when we had a competitive federation, when the various regions built their universities, built their roads, had products that were exported and supported the federal government. Is it not time we looked at the structure again and see whether we could re-engineer the current existence and perhaps reduce the powers of the federal government? And there's some sense in it, that the devolution, as people call it, the fiscal federalism that allows the states more responsibilities and of course more resources, control of assets within their territory, including mineral resources, the pursuit of economic activities as they seem fit, this whole idea that what is paid to someone in Nsukka, where I come from, is the same as the salary you pay someone in Lagos or Abuja that may be more expensive, that we need to look at all of that and look at the institutions that we have built over the years in delivering this. So there is a very strong link. If you take the issue of national planning, if you say national planning, it means there is a shared vision. There is an agreement that we are working towards setting goals. And that goals, the elite, we share in it, we all agree. Because if you take the points being made about budget padding, that is a symptom of my backyard is the one I know. I don't know about this nation. Let me take care of my backyard. Even when a project might be in the national interest, the parochial interest will dominate, because we have not dealt with the software, the creation of this democratic citizenship and a nation that groups and individuals subscribe to.
Prof, what are the bottlenecks? You know, everybody's talking about this absence of nationhood, absence of a buy-in by the citizens into the nation called Nigeria, where they think as Nigerians and not as Igbos or Hausas or Southerners. What are the bottlenecks? What has made it increasingly impossible for Nigerians to have this sense of belonging and ownership of the nation called Nigeria?
You know, for buy-in to occur, there has to be equity, fairness, justice, inclusiveness. It's critical. I mean, that's the minimum. But underlining that is the absence of democratic citizenship. Who is a citizen of this country? And what are the rights and obligations? One of the points I like to make is that, you know, the burden of creating the Commonwealth must be shared. Just like the prosperity needs to be shared. There are two sides. You know, we must share the burden. You must share.
And everybody should be involved in that.
Yes. That's why one of the first duties of government is taxation. You tax people to generate revenue to do work, and at the same time, you give them social protection, protection of life and property. You give them a voice. So, what does democratic citizenship mean? It means that wherever I am in this country, I have rights. I'm not a stranger, I'm not a visitor. And the reason why this is important is that it helps to allay the fears of people that may be thinking, oh, if we devolve powers, we're going to lose. No. If Bayelsa controls oil and becomes prosperous and industries are booming, I from ENUGU can migrate to Bayelsa. And if we have established in our constitution that if I live in Bayelsa for 4 years, I have rights, responsibilities, as everyone else, as a resident of Bayelsa. So what does it really matter that Bayelsa is booming? I will relocate to Bayelsa and start enjoying the boom in Bayelsa. So citizenship, we have to define what it means. Residency. Because this promotion of indigenship has hurt us, which is at the heart of the question you are asking me. What has been
the bottleneck?
The bottleneck. That I was born here, my parents were born here, and I live here for 20 years, 30, 50, 60 years, and suddenly, if I want to be a counselor, I'm reminded that I'm not from here. I was born here, I live here, I go to the same school with everyone else, and suddenly I am told you have to behave differently, score differently before admission into certain. So those sorts of issues, those issues that are a motive that allows the group or person to submit to a nation, that software, that citizenship rights that every Nigerian should have, wherever you are, we need to entrench it. Once you begin to entrench that, once people feel we are the same, and by the way, the responsibility is for all of us, whether in the private sector, whether in the public sector, because when we speak about leaders, people always think leaders are only those who occupy political offices.
Political offices.
No. We're all leaders once you exhibit those attributes of leadership. And in our own small spheres, begin to make people feel part of this nation. I know that the top leadership has a role in creating that environment. I understand that. Because, I mean, that's what somebody like Mahathir Mohamad did in Bangladesh, in Malaysia. In fact, there was a time when he wanted to promulgate a major national plan. He said, this is a beautiful document, but let me first create a nation. So he put the document aside, and because they have Malays, Chinese, Indians, and others. And he said, we must recognize the diversity, but we must create one nation. So he called it Bangsa Malaysia. One united Malaysia, but diversified. So there is a buy-in. If we don't have that buy-in, that this national plan that I'm executing will really not produce the results that are desired. So I remember in 2012, I wrote an article published widely in this country that Jonathan should appoint a national coordinator for the North. And I read out the statistic that shows the difference in the development pattern between the North and the South. And I said, it is not a Northern problem, it is our problem.
A Nigerian problem.
It is a national problem. Therefore, we should tackle it nationally. Many people were happy with the article. Of course, some people didn't like it. But that is how you create a sense that that which is problematic in a region is our problem, not their problem. So progress in one region is progress for us, for all. And if there are gaps in one region, we must make effort.
But does that not support what you insinuated when you talked about the hunger by some people, that we should go back to the regions, so that regions probably would address their own peculiar problems, like the shortfall you talked about in development in the Northeast, that instead of one man sitting in Abuja and appointing a national coordinator, that power goes back to those people in the regions, Southeast, South-South, Northeast, Northwest. Is it not?
No. By the way, I haven't discussed the regions. I didn't.
Well,
yeah, I didn't.
Okay, maybe not regions.
Yeah,
no,
I didn't talk about regions. The difference between what I'm saying is that even when you agree that you would devolve power, there is still a federal government.
Yeah.
That will still have a federal budget, and that federal budget can be an instrument for bridging gaps.
Okay.
Between states, between regions, but there has to be a shared vision that this problem is not their problem, but our problem. So I think the point I'm making, and you're bringing me back to, you have asked the question almost through the back door. Because I think, quite frankly, it will be difficult to go back to regions as they used to exist.
Yes.
And there is seeming consensus that the states should be the federating units, but with a lot more powers to do things. For instance, state police, like I said, control of minerals within their resources, making agricultural policies, educational policies as they deem fit, setting their own salaries, structure, and things that a true federal structure allows. I was talking about citizenship.
Yes.
You remember that George Bush has 2 sons, and one was governor of Texas, and one was governor of Florida.
Of Florida, yeah.
So even when we're not there yet, we must be moving towards that. Senator Clinton went to New York, bought a house, established residency, and became a senator representing New York. So if you have democratic citizenship, if you establish that, you're going to overcome a lot of things. Even when you devolve, doesn't mean the nation doesn't see a crisis in one area and goes to address it as a nation.
Yeah, because if you're using the United States as a model, you see when they have natural disasters, the federal government intervenes.
Exactly. Even in the development of technology. The shale rock is in North Dakota and the surrounding states. But it was federal government investment in the science and technology that enabled them to produce the technology that cracked the shale oil. No one said, oh no, it's going to benefit North Dakota, and maybe they didn't even vote for us. No, nobody said that. It is in the interest of the nation. We want cheap oil. We want substitute to oil from OPEC. Therefore, we are going to invest federal resources. It doesn't matter where this is located, because at the end of the day, it is for the benefit of all.
From what you're saying, some of the things you're advocating will need something like a constitutional review.
Yeah.
And that leads us to the big debate.
Yes.
How do you go about it?
No, quite.
Are you going through the National Assembly? That some Nigerians say, oh, we don't believe in them, they are not sincere, we can't trust them with our future and all that. Or do you convoke another kind of conference? I mean, that's also part of the debate.
It is part of the debate, and is legitimate in the sense that ordinarily you would have a constituent assembly to look at producing a new constitution. But people are mindful of the cost as well. But having said that, a thorough review of the Constitution would be useful.
Using the National Assembly?
You can use the National Assembly. But ideally, you should constitute a Constituent Assembly. But let me even say this. The 2014 confab has a lot of interesting things in it. Why haven't we can set up a committee that can begin to look at both the 1995 report, 2014 report. There are so many reports. Nigerians have, intelligent Nigerians gathered around the table in a hall, especially in 2014. Every article, every issue was by consensus.
But the party today, the ruling party today, never believed in that conference, and actually refused to be part of it.
No, but what can be done is that I hear there's a committee they have set up. That committee can look at, don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. Let's look at what is good within the report, because we must move the country forward. You see, part of what is holding us back is this primordial attachments. We are not sure where the nation is going. We are not sure. Let me protect my backyard. And so the national interest suffers. So the current agitation, the current debate is useful as part of the democratic process in allowing people to express themselves. But this expression has to be organized. And this expression has to be intelligent. And this expression has to be without hate. And this expression has to be in the context of building one nation. Because I think, for me, the pride of being a Nigerian has always been there. But we must tell ourselves the home truth that there are things that are not working well. Look at the many institutions we have in the federal government, for instance. Because you're asking me the link between structure and delivery of economic dividend. We have zillions of parastatals that every year we allocate money to. But who checks what has been delivered? Are they meeting their objectives? Is there value for money?
But you don't need a constitutional
no.
conference or whatever to do that.
You don't. But you need the will that understands that this nation needs to survive. The will that understands that you can't continue to spend 90% of your budget
on consumption,
on recurrent overhead, personnel, because you need money for capital investment.
So are you talking about the weight of government?
The weight is there. The inefficiency is there. The overpopulation of the civil service is there. The lack of accountability, meaning when I give you money, what are you delivering? Is there an alternative way of actually getting value for that money? I know in countries like UK, every 5 years or so, they set up a committee that reviews whether this institution we set up, has it outlived its usefulness? If it has not, if there are still services that they are producing, can that services be rendered by a private sector, or can it be rendered by another institution? Because institutions can actually rise, die, and regenerate, or new ones come up. One of the things I would like to see in this country, because I told you, creating citizenship, creating a nation requires a lot of work, is to see a National Integration Commission that on a constant basis reminds us of the duties, responsibilities of citizenship, as well as responsibilities of the state.
What is NOA? I mean, is it not the duplication you're talking about?
I'm not sure this is part of their
National
mandate.
Orientation Agency.
I'm not. If it is part of their mandate, well, it hasn't really been effective. Maybe it hasn't been funded to the extent, or it hasn't been manned to the extent that they are pushing this serious agenda in the minds of citizens. That look, forget about, it's not a matter of forget where you come from. It is, I know where I come from. I know who I am. But there is something about this country that I am deriving benefit from. Unless you create that, unless groups, because what happens is that we all run back to groups for protection. If we feel threatened, if we feel alienated, if you feel that I don't seem to be part of this agenda.
Prof, but when you talk about things like this, and my question would be, is it an agency thing? Can an agency change all that? Taking cognizance of the fact that an Obasanjo becomes president, and some Nigerians think that this Obasanjo has favored some parts of the country. And a Buhari becomes president, and some Nigerians feel that this Buhari is discriminatory. A governor takes office in a state and then concentrates more on his own senatorial zone and stuff like that. Is it not something that we can change by do what I do and not do what I say?
You're coming to the point I made earlier, that when you create a state, you need to create a nation. So we've been in the business of
state creation,
state crafting, as you call it. Nation building takes a while and takes concerted effort.
Is it not a leadership thing?
It is both leader. That's why I mentioned the point about leadership.
Yes, more of a leadership thing.
It is both leadership. It is also institutional. Meaning, we need a constant. Whenever you have a problem, by the way, you create institutions to solve that problem. You don't just create institutions for creating sake. So you have corruption problems, so you said I need the FCC, I need ICPC. So the terrorists struck America, they said no, we need Homeland Security. So once you have to identify that this is a problem, that national integration has not occurred. And by the way, if you look carefully, we have created certain institutions for national integration, but how have we used them? For instance, the National Youth Service Corps. Essentially,
Federal Character Commission.
An instrument for national integration. You go somewhere else and understand and live with some other group for 1 year, it begins to open your mind about this, what these people are, so that your biases, your perceptions about them and sort of dealt with. You begin to see these people in a different light. So you have the federal government colleges, unity schools.
Unity schools, they were called, yes.
So, but we have not used them in the manner in which they are supposed to be used. So, an agency of that nature reminds the president, because he should really be under the presidency, that the symbol of national unity is the president, and the entire nation is the president's constituency. And once you become president, it is no longer relevant who voted and who didn't vote. So you need such reminders. You need programs. You need youth awareness. You need education. Like the point I was making that, hey, why are you afraid of devolution of resources or giving people higher percentage for derivation? After all, who knows? Tomorrow it might be your turn. But besides that point, nothing stops me from going to live in that country. If a state of Texas, as they used to have, I don't know what it is today, had no income tax, I can migrate from Maryland and go and live in Texas, and I'll still enjoy that no income tax. So think about it. A Nigerian goes to US. A Nigerian is born in US. The father may have a residence, a house in the US. Once you can establish, I have an address, my father pays tax, you start enjoying the benefit
of the city,
of the state you are in. The other day, I was reading that there was congratulatory message to Nigerians that were elected in
the UK.
The UK Parliament. I said, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Nigerians were not elected in UK Parliament. British citizens were elected
with Nigerian ancestry.
Yeah, you know, it's like saying Obama is from Kenya. I mean, how? They have settled that issue of citizenship.
Someone said, I wouldn't say someone said, we had the former governor of ENUGU State on this program, yes, Sullivan Chime, and addressing the same kind of question that you're addressing right now. He said, look, we have to do away with forms that we fill for passports and all that. We have to do away with, I am from so and so state, I am of so and so religion. That these were the things that continue to draw the country back. Did you subscribe to that?
That's part of what I'm discussing, that the state you are from is the state in which you reside. And and Constitution gives you the right, and they have resided over the years. Americans will tell you, I am originally from Mississippi, but I'm now from New York. maybe his origin, his parents, and so on. I just give you an example of two brothers. One was the governor of this, Texas, the other governor of Florida. So those are the sensitivities we must address our minds to, that there is one country, but we take it step at a time. This thing has to be built, confidence has to be built. People must realize that there's nothing they are really losing, that all of us will gain, because the prosperity of one is the prosperity of another. Let's take even economic activities. If there's leather in Kano, and there's furniture making in Edo, wood is in Edo, leather is in Kano. So if you promote indigenous furniture, by definition, you've started promoting many states. So the interlink, the relationship between states will even be enhanced. But what we're saying is allow a bit of competitive federation. Allow a bit of, why is everybody paid the same? Why can't you say this professor is actually quite distinguished? We're going to attract this professor from Kebbi to come to my state because there's no one like him. And we're going to pay this person a certain amount. Why are you, in fact, changing yourself by saying so-called non-indigenous should leave, so that you will use people who are less qualified to teach your own children? Are you not changing yourself? Why are we sending our kids abroad so that they are taught by world-class professors? So if there are world-class professors within the same nation, wouldn't you like to get them into your own fold? So that's why I said we need a broader discussion, education, to understand that one is the creation of the structure, which is state-making. Mm-hmm. Two is that we must work on the software, the creation of the submission of groups and citizens to this nation, so that they have an emotional connection and establish a sense of oneness.
Prof, restructuring means cessation to some people. Restructuring means groups can leave the nation or leave the country. IPOP, for instance, they are promoting a secession of a group, of a certain geopolitical area that they say is Biafra. Is that by any means a solution to the agitations we have in the country?
No, restructuring must be separated from secession. My understanding is that restructuring assumes that this nation should exist as it is. I have said that my understanding and preference is that the states become the federating units, with autonomy, with devolution, with rights over certain resources within their territory. And so secession is a different ballgame. Mm-hmm. Secession is, we want to opt out. But in a democratic setting, it is, one is always given that avenue. As you can see, whether it is in the UK or in, what is it called? Canada. Every once in a while, the Quebec will say we want to do a referendum.
Yeah. So whether we want to still
whether we want to remain in Canada or not. They are given a chance. So, you know.
But I don't know whether our constitution supports that.
No, our constitution doesn't support that. In UK, you've seen that a couple of times with Scotland and so on. So countries have written constitutions that allow for it. But these things come because of certain reasons. And that's why I said, once you begin to address the issues of national integration and address the issue of citizenship, you might begin to see these things disappear.
Okay, Prof. Let's talk about today, the economy in Nigeria.
Yeah.
You know, when we started, I pointed out that some people say that has also increased the momentum of agitations, because people can no longer meet their economic needs, can meet their health bills, can provide food for their children, may not be able to pay school fees as they used to, and then everybody starts getting irritated and asking questions. Why are we here? Why is this going on? The way we hear experts like you didn't say so, but experts like you, professors and people that are versed in the economic terrain, say that Nigeria is getting out of recession. The recession will soon end and all that. We've also seen a situation where the Naira, over a long time, is gaining some strength, even though in the past couple of days and weeks, it has, what the central bank is doing, pumping foreign exchange to the foreign exchange market, is it an enduring cure for the challenge we are having?
The challenge is real. When I had the privilege to sit in the Federal Executive Council, I know a couple of former ministers, when I called them up, they would say, Osita, jobs, jobs, and more jobs. Because it seemed like that's what I used to say each time we had discussions at the Federal Executive Council or in committee meetings. These jobs and absence of jobs for the youth. Nothing can be higher on the agenda. The truth of the matter is that you have to grow the economy. And the truth of the matter is that the economy was growing, but it was not a shared prosperity. People who know me know that I believe that shared prosperity can only come from industrialization that is driven by manufacturing sector. It is the manufacturing sector that has the capacity to transform or to uplift millions of poor people out of poverty. A lot of Nigerians are working, but they are working poor, trapped in low productivity, low wage professions. And so if you don't have a modernized manufacturing sector that can attract this mass of people, by the way, the evidence is everywhere. In India, in China, in Malaysia, in wherever. The manufacturing sector contribution to the gross domestic product must be close to 30% before you begin to see real change in the lives of people. Because you see, the so-called informal sector is not able to raise the productivity. And if you don't raise productivity, you can't raise income. It is, the informal sector is not able to absorb technology, not able to use technology that raises that productivity. So we can't continue to fantasize about one person business, two person business.
The government has to invest.
Not only invest, direct.
There
through
must be
policies.
A kind of okay, yeah.
That here are our priorities. Here is the direction we think things should go. Here are the incentives we provide. Industrial policy is real. It's not, and it requires serious coordination of both state and federal assets. Meaning, I see an industrial policy written without major input from Science and Technology Ministry, and I say, how? I see even agencies under the Ministry of Industry maybe pursuing an agenda that is not coordinated with the industrial policy. I see the customs, maybe the agenda not tallying. So it requires serious coordination, because coordination failure is a major impediment to economic progress. And this coordination response at the highest level. There are assets of federal government that we must put to serve certain things. For instance, if you take the budget, you can have 100 naira and split it all over the places and nothing is produced. It might be the need that this year, next year, let's really tackle A, B, C, D. You know, even the budgetary process.
And you put money in that area or that
area
sector.
and deliver it. One of the things I was going to suggest is that we need an infrastructure bill. This is irrespective of the ministry, whether it is transport, works, housing, an infrastructure bill that says, here is the deficit, here is the amount of resources that the government can muster, here is the gap that we must seek for either from international lenders or donors, and we begin to address this infrastructure deficit as a collective. It's a bill that can be passed in the National Assembly that allows for quicker ways of doing things, for a better. For instance, you're doing Abuja-Lokoja Road for 16 years.
And it's not completed.
How? It is because of the budgetary process. This year, somebody might forget to put a certain amount in the budget for it.
Or probably some money is put, nobody supervises it to
You know,
ensure the milestones.
Yeah, but I do know that sometimes even for a year or two, you might not. So, but we need to rethink that whole process.
Prof, you know, you talked about manufacturing, and some people, I'm taking you back to the monetary policy, what we see the central bank doing, for instance, that what could grow the economy and strengthen the naira? It's not this kind of fire brigade infusion of surplus, in quotes now, my words, surplus foreign exchange to douse the demand and supply politics of the money. That probably an enduring industrial policy that takes care of more jobs for more Nigerians, more quality employment, could actually do well, maybe in the long run. So where do you stand in this intervention by the central bank?
You know, the more you ask me, the more I go back to the issue of a sense of shared vision, a sense of nation. Because even the industrial policy must be underpinned by that sense. That if I go to Newi and I assist in nursing manufacturing, I'm not assisting in nursing, I'm assisting the country. It has to be understood. And so rather than seeking for equivalence, meaning, if I must go to Ibadan, I must therefore find another in Yola or somewhere to
have a balance.
Or in ENUGU or in Abia, so that I can have a... No. There are affirmative actions that affirm and must be promoted. But there are affirmative actions that bring down the national interest. So, in the point you're making, it's not just simply manufacturing. It is that we need to improve the productivity of this manufacturing. We need to make them competitive so that we can export and begin to earn foreign exchange. But it requires a coordinated support from both federal and state. And remember, I keep talking about states too, because sometimes this burden is not shared. I would like the National Economic Council, for instance, to be a forum where states are called upon to come and debate their own state industrial policy. And where the federal government can now partner with each state and say, look, this is a cashew belt, this is a granite belt, this is setting another mineral belt. There must be key industry located in your state for which the federal government, the private sector, the state can partner.
Okay. Prof, in rounding off, You were economic advisor. So I'm not going to say if you are economic advisor. I'm just going to say, as a concerned Nigerian, a professional, an expert in development studies, in the economy and all that, in very few sentences, what should we as a country be doing now to get out from all these challenges that we're facing, economic, political, and all that?
No, first thing first, we need to build this nation. We need to create a sense that we are all in it. We need a fair, equitable, and just country where all of us can submit ourselves to, whether as groups or as individuals. It is the first order of business, upon which many other things thrive.
So that's the foundation.
That's the foundation. So that's why I said the challenge of economic policy making arises because this shared vision is lacking. So leaders must retrace their steps, all of us, and ask questions. And that's why the discussion around restructuring is also fundamental. That we need to create buy-in, that everybody is comfortable, have a sense of belonging, and that this is a structure that makes them...
Even if they don't get everything they want.
No, they can't get everything.
Of course.
Nobody gets everything they want. And we must also take steps to allay fears. To say, no, those fears are actually not quite justified. That the evolution doesn't mean that you're going to lose out completely. So that is important. In addition to, of course, you can't wait, because national integration is not a one-day business. In the meantime, you must pursue institutional efficiency that delivers the good. If you don't have a good civil service, sharp, well-trained, in fact, we were just coming from a conference where the one minister from Singapore was telling us that they compete with the private sector for people entering the civil service. That is how competitive it is.
So it means they'll be well paid.
They are well paid. They are not too many. That the rationalization becomes extremely important in establishing the efficiency of these institutions.
Thank you, Prof, for all your insight. I think that the big takeaway here today is we have to have a shared vision of nationhood, a buy-in. We take it as our own, and nobody's threatened under that kind of arrangement. Prof, thanks a lot for coming on the show. I've been speaking with Professor Signaturetv, former economic advisor to President Olusegun Obasanjo, and the Director Institute for Development Studies at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. I am Obiora Ilo. Thanks for investing your time with us, and let's do it again, same time next week.
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&M Sunday Show with Obiora Ilo.
New every morning on Signaturetv, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signaturetv.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines, tension mounts ahead of Monday clash between Soludo and traders. Onanuga calls for shoot-at-sight action against infrastructure vandals. Israel partially reopens Rafah crossing for limited civilian movement. And file suggests Epstein made $75,000 payments linked to Mandelson. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Anambra State government has announced the expiration of the order closing Onitsha mine market. In a statement, Dr. Law Mefo, the state's commissioner for information, directed all traders to resume their normal business activities from Monday, February 2nd, 2026. The government confirmed that the closure order expired on Sunday, with the market now set to reopen on Monday. The government reassured residents of adequate security measures and encouraged reporting any security issues to the designated helpline 5111. Civil servants and teachers were reminded that the pro rata salary policy remains in effect. No work, no Monday. No work on Monday, no pay. Tensions are running high in Anambra State as traders at Onitsha main market prepare to reopen on Monday, despite threats from the indigenous people of Biafra to enforce a sit-at-home order. The standoff highlights the ongoing clash between government authority and pro-Biafran activists in the southeast. IPOB, through its spokesman Ima Powerful, had urged traders, banks, schools, civil servants, and transporters to observe a peaceful Monday sit-at-home in protest of the continued detention of its leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The group framed the directive as civil disobedience in response to Governor Charles Soludo's week-long market closure. State authorities, however, insist that the order has crossed into criminality. Commissioner for Information Law, MEFO, emphasized that all markets and shops must reopen, warning that non-compliance will be considered economic sabotage. Attendance registers will be used to monitor traders, and security forces including police, army, and local vigilantes will be deployed across Onitsha to ensure compliance. Traders who defy the directive risk losing their shops. Market leaders reportedly conveyed the reopening plan to traders through audio messages, emphasizing strict adherence to the governor's instructions. Governor Soludo also announced plans to construct Onitsha main market over the next 3 years, with a return to the original master plan, signaling a push to end long-standing disruptions caused by the Monday sit-at-home. A public affairs analyst, Nnamdi Abana, says the recent measures taken by Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo to put an end to the Monday sit-at-home in the state are justified. Abana, who spoke as a guest on Signature Morning Show, noted that Anambra State has suffered significant economic setbacks, including the loss of its ranking in internally generated revenue due to trillions of naira allegedly lost as a result of the sit-at-home protests. He explained that traders in Onitsha markets are largely staying away from their shops in solidarity with the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, rather than out of fear of unknown gunmen. According to Abana, the continued sit-at-home has ended up damaging the local economy and livelihoods instead of serving as effective protest against the federal government, which he noted is responsible for Kanu's detention.
What is going on in Anambra State is quite unfortunate, and as the governor, the Constitution empowers him to preside over the security of the state.
Yeah.
Apart from being the chief executive officer of the state, he's the chief security officer of the state, empowered by the laws of the land to protect lives and property within his domain. So it is within the governor's right to make such declarations concerning Onitsha market, because what we have in today's Anambra State is a misnomer. Anambra State used to be the highest generating highest internally generating revenue state. But over the years, that internal revenue has dwindled. Why? Because of this subject of sit-at-home. Trillions of naira, and they are lost any particular day that the marketers or the traders decide not to trade. Take for instance in the south, in Anambra State, every Monday, the economic activity is grounded. Then any day that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu appears in court, the economic activity is also grounded.
Reacting to the alleged threat by IPOB that markets should be shut on Monday, February 2nd, Abana advised traders to disregard the directive and return to business activities to avoid further economic losses and possible sanctions from the state government.
See this instruction given by IPOB, from my perception, any civil servant or any trader, whatever occupation that refuses to adhere to the instruction of the state government will have him or herself to blame. I mean, look at the civil servants. Who pays them? It has been said that he who pays the piper, it takes the tune.
Yes.
If the government pays the workers, the government has every right to tell the workers to resume. And no type of.
Okay.
Already, the traders are dancing to the tune of the government. So, on that particular day, I don't expect the traders to adhere to the instruction of IPOD. Rather, they will adhere to the proclamation of the governor. They don't want to run into trouble. Because the governor gave them options. Option A is for me to run down the entire market and put up another, maybe ultra-modern market. Option B is for shanties to be removed, the market will be renovated, some shops will be reallocated, and so on. The traders went for option B. So that will tell you that dialogue is already in progress and some agreements have been reached.
The Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, has confirmed that the February 2nd sit-at-home across the southeast will go ahead despite internal dispute within the group. IPOB spokesman Comrade Ima Powerful alleged that two members of the group's Directorate of State, Chinasa Woro and Chike Idoziem, are plotting to hijack the organization and divert attention from detained leader Nnamdi Kanu. Powerful accused the Joe of meeting with Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo by trying to stop him from issuing statements on Kanu's detention. He also dismissed claims that he is a pseudonym, insisting he speaks for IPOB, and reaffirmed the sit-at-home as sacrosanct. The sit-at-home is meant to show solidarity with traders of Onitsha main market who were previously forced to close shops due to a state government ban. Powerful warned the public to ignore misinformation and comply with the directive, saying anti-Biafra forces have infiltrated IPOB to spread confusion. The special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, had called for swift actions against the vandals caught stealing or damaging materials on federal highways. Onanuga's comment came on Sunday after a video circulated on X showing the vandals cutting starter bars and shoulder roads at the Badon Ilase Ife Federal Highway reconstruction site. The clip shared by user criticized those destroying government efforts to deliver quality roads, describing the vandals as unquestionable and the worst species of citizens. Onanuga suggested extreme measures, urging authorities to deal decisively with such offenders. Vandalism on public infrastructure extends beyond roads. Vandals have also targeted oil pipelines, railway tracks, and electricity cables and poles, causing services disruptions and, in some cases, fatalities. The Ogoni Liberation Initiative, OLI, a pressure group in Ogoni Land, River State, is calling for full accountability over $300 million compensation fund reportedly released by the federal government for the development and welfare of the Ogoni people. The fund has been at the center of controversy for years, with some Ogoni residents alleging misappropriation by politicians, including a former state governor. The group insists those responsible must be held accountable. The demand came during a peaceful protest on Saturday in Bori, Kana local government area, led by OLI leader Douglas Fabeke. Fabeke said decades of appeals to the government have failed to address the suffering of the Ogoni people, and the protest marks the start of a new push to project their demands nationally and internationally if necessary. The group also called for an immediate halt to what it describes as illegal oil exploration in parts of Ogoni land. Protesters, including elderly men and women, carried placards demanding transparency, justice, and an end to alleged unauthorized oil operations in Lukoma communities, Thai local government area. Fabeke highlighted the unresolved plight of 17 Lukoma Ogoni communities destroyed between 1993 and 1998 under the military regime of late General Sani Abacha, which left more than 300 people dead, thousands displaced, and many still homeless. He warned that renewed oil activities in the area threatened the environment, public health, and safety. The group rejected the presence of private oil companies, insisting that only the federal government through NNPC should operate in Ogoni land. Fabeke demanded direct federal control of oil mining Lees 11, following inclusive dialogue with the Ogoni people, and warned that failure to act could prompt them to escalate their protests to Abuja and foreign embassies. OLI also issued a 14-day ultimatum to any company operating in Lekuma Ogoni communities to halt operations and remove all equipment from the area. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, said it has filed a lawsuit against the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPCL Limited, over the alleged mismanagement of billions in oil revenues. According to SERAP, the suit filed last Friday at the Federal High Court in Abuja targets the NNPCL for failing to account for $22.3 billion, $49.7 million, £14.3 million, and £5.2 million, as highlighted in the 2022 Auditor General's report. SERAP is also asking the court to compel NNPCL to fully disclose all financial transactions, including details of disbursement, the contractors involved, and the individuals who received the funds. The group says that the missing revenues reflect a broader failure of transparency and accountability in the oil sector, and that this lax oversight has prevented critical public resources from reaching Nigerians. According to SERAP, granting these reliefs would hold those responsible accountable, ensure that funds are returned for public benefit, and help restore confidence in the management of Nigeria's oil wealth, which continues to affect the nation's economic development and the well-being of ordinary citizens. The organization added that tackling corruption in the oil sector is essential to reducing poverty, improving access to basic public services, and strengthening the government's ability to meet its human rights and anti-corruption obligations. Up ahead, Boko Haram's second in command, 10 fighters killed in Borno operation. NDLEA arrests businessman over cocaine concealed on body at Lagos Airport. Details of this and more after the break.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Troops of Operation Hardenkai said it neutralized a top Boko Haram leader, identified as the group's second in command, along with 10 other fighters in Zambisa Forest, Borno State. In a statement on Sunday, the media information officer of the Joint Task Force, Northeast Operation Hardenkai, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, confirmed that the terrorists were armed with AK-47 rifles. Uba said that several weapons, bicycles, medical supplies, and other logistics were recovered during the operation, which took place around 11 p.m. on Saturday in the Kamala area of Kondunga local government. Abu Khalid, the second in command, was a key figure in coordinating Boko Haram operations in the Zambisa forest. The neutralization came just 24 hours after troops killed another notorious ISWAP commander, July B, operating in the Gujba axis of Timbuktu Triangle. No casualties were reported among the troops. The JTF said morale remains high as operations continued across Zambisa Forest, the Mandara Mountains, and other known hideouts of Boko Haram and ISWAP. The military high command commended the troops for their dedication, emphasizing the ongoing commitment to restoring lasting peace and economic stability to the Northeast region. In related operations, the Civilian Joint Task Force, working with the military, neutralized 3 other terrorists during an ambush between Nganzalanga and Lumashiri communities in Borno State. Operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, have arrested a Brazil-based Nigerian businesswoman, Uche Franklin, at Lagos Murtala Mohammed International Airport for allegedly smuggling cocaine concealed on his body and in his shoes. He was apprehended on Thursday, January 29, during passenger clearance of a South African Airways flight from Brazil to Johannesburg. A body scan flagged the drugs, and a strip search revealed 3 wraps of cocaine, weighing a total of 1.6 kilograms hidden on his body and his footwear. During preliminary questioning, the suspect admitted he purchased the cocaine in Brazil to resell in Nigeria and found his newborn child's naming ceremony. He has been living in Brazil since 2008 and runs a toy business there. In related operations across the country, NDLEA has intercepted large cannabis shipments, including 1,183 kilograms of Canadian loud at Lagos Tin Can Seaport, 2,735 kilograms in Niger State, and hundreds of kilograms in Edo, Anambra, Ondo, and Kano states. Several suspects were arrested, and illegal cannabis farms were destroyed during coordinated raids with support from the Nigerian army. The agency said these seizures underscores its commitment to cracking down on drug trafficking networks and protecting public safety. Investigations into all arrested suspects are ongoing. The Senate Committee on Appropriation has released a timetable for the consideration of the 2026 appropriation bill, with March 17 set as the proposed date for its passage. The development comes as the Senate initiated a probe into railway projects, a contract across the country over concerns about execution and maintenance.
The Senate Committee on Appropriations has unveiled a timetable for the consideration and passage of the 2026 appropriation bill. The schedule, which sets March 17, 2026, as its target date for completion, was disclosed by the chairman of the committee, Senator Solomon Olamilekan, during a meeting of the committee. According to the timetable, public hearings and engagements with ministries, departments, and agencies will be held from Monday, February 2nd to Friday, February 13th, 2026. During this period, subcommittees are expected to interface with heads of MDAs for budget defense and clarifications, while submission and defense of subcommittee reports are scheduled for February 16th to 23rd, 2026.
That the timetable for budget preparation and consideration for 2026 appropriation bill as laid out and amended and seconded by Senator Uzo Kalu, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Senator Olamilekan stressed the need for urgency and discipline among committee members, urging them to adhere strictly to the timetable. The Senate had earlier inaugurated an ad hoc committee to investigate the contracts and execution of railway projects across the country. The move followed a point of order raised by Senator Abdul Ningi, who drew the attention of the Red Chamber to what he described as the tragic situation affecting the Kano-Kaduna rail line.
There is no live cargo except one that goes to Kaduna and sleeps and come back in the morning to Abuja. What that tells you, I was a subcommittee chairman of SHUAPI. The government of Goodluck Jonathan then formed billions of naira into that revenue, into that airline, railway. But what is found that, what is amazing and Nigerians are unaware of, is that everything that came in terms of the cargo and coaching were second-handed.
Speaking in the same vein, Adamu Aliaro said the reduction in trips was partly due to extensive damage to rail infrastructure caused by bandit attacks.
It is true that the number of trips has dropped drastically from 5 to only 1. And this is simply because the bandits have damaged the truck. And they have vandalized the trucks, and it takes a lot of time and resources. And these resources are not available. As you rightly know, even contractors that have finished their jobs, they are now finding it difficult to get paid. So the same problem is now extending to the services like Nigerian Railway Corporation. We are on it. I called the Minister of Transportation and also the MD Railway Corporation to discuss this issue almost on a weekly basis.
In his remarks, Senate President Godswill Akpabio challenged the suggestion that funding was the main constraint, arguing that the core issues are the age and quality of the rail infrastructure, which he claimed as substandard.
We have a responsibility as a Senate, founded in the Nigerian Constitution, to ask questions, to look into these things, and to correct them. We have always said that we're a corrective parliament. So we must look into these things and let Nigerians know where they went wrong. And if there are people that kept the money for us, saved the money for us to buy the second-hand ones, then we get them to bring back the money. From their hands alone, we can recover enough money to repair the coaches you are talking about, if we need to repair them. Or we ask for a total refurbishment. That's why we want a holistic look into this. So
the investigation is expected to cover project design, funding execution standards, and maintenance structures.
The Rivers State government has dismissed claims that it denied the Federal Capital Territory Minister, Yesaweke, and the Rivers State Coordinator of the Renewed Hope Ambassadors, Desmond Akawo, access to the Yakubu Gowon Stadium, Port Harcourt, for the inauguration of the political support group for President Bola Tinubu. Akawo had alleged on Friday that the state government blocked the group from using the stadium for the inauguration of the Renewed Hope Ambassadors. He made the allegation while addressing supporters during the group's inauguration ceremony held at the Captain Elechi Amadi Polytechnic, Port Harcourt. The claim was later reinforced by the FCT Minister Yesaweke, who, in his remarks at the event, warned that if access to the facility is denied again, supporters of the group would forcibly gain an entry to use the stadium. Reacting to the allegations, the Rivers State government described them as false and misleading, explaining that the Yakubu Gowon Stadium is currently undergoing reconstruction and is unsafe for public use. Speaking to journalists after an inspection tour of the facility, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Information and Communications, Ono Sirawo, said the allegation had no basis. Sirawo, who toured the stadium alongside the Commissioner for Sports, Christopher Green, under the guidance of the site engineer, said the level of ongoing reconstruction made it impossible for any group to use the facility at the time.
Let's go beyond politics. Let us be our brother's keeper. We cannot thrive, we cannot succeed under this kind of environment. Besides politics is life. Let's manage our image. Let's manage our integrity. Let's manage what we do and always put River State first. Because it is not enough to cast aspersion. It is not enough to say things. What is not too necessary is the outcome such intentions or such statements will generate. Our state is too important. We need to unite. We need to preach peace. We need to preach love. River State should grow above politics. So we advise that even if you don't want to see a man, look for an appropriate way to go about it and not a way that we cannot substantiate. It is clear that whatever has been said cannot be substantiated based on what you have seen now. This place is under construction and it's not good for anybody to come and say you want to do anything here.
Also speaking, the Commissioner for Sports, who also served as the Commissioner for Justice and Attorney General of the state, Christopher Green, said his office did not receive any formal request for the use of the stadium. Green explained that even the Captain Elechi Amadi Polytechnic, where the inauguration eventually held, is still River State government-owned facility.
Not used here for anything. I have not received any application, and if anybody says I've received any application, let the person show me. Let me have the proof. Let's have the evidence that an application has been given and the application was rejected. No application has been given. No application was sent to me. No response was given. Nobody was rejected from using this place. And of course, ordinarily, we will want to apply to use this kind of place. It's not possible. And again, the kind of program you're talking about is a program that all of us are also interested in. And so if you want to use this place will not be able to contain the number of people that support Mr. President himself, from His Excellency the Governor. So that if you want to use any place, the best place for you to use is the Adokia Mesemaka Stadium, where everybody use now. It is open for everybody. We are not the kind of ones that will stop people from using our facilities. And of course, if we stop you from using these facilities, why are we allowing you use the Polytechnic?
The site engineer Michael Ibitane, who led government officials on the inspection tour, said the stadium is currently in a delicate condition, warning that heavy human traffic could damage underground pipes beneath the pitch. He stressed that the contracting firm is committed to the safety of lives and property and would not permit the use of facilities undergoing renovation of any events, regardless of political affiliation.
We are at the mechanical aspect of the job, whereby it's unsafe for public usage at the moment, whereby my leads of pipes buried here, my perforated pipes buried under my geotextile, are so vulnerable that heavy weight, if it comes on contact with it, is going to damage the entire hydrological network of this super tough FIFA standard pitch we're producing here for you guys. And behind me, you can see there are hazardous environments for non-safe activities. So if you're not properly coordinated, you might end up getting injured, sincerely speaking. So the area, the facility, as far as I'm concerned, it is not safe for public usage till after the construction of this facility.
The Oyo State Police Command has reported a significant operational breakthrough following the deadly armed attack on the old Oyo National Park, Oloka area, which claimed the lives of 5 forest rangers and park personnel. In a statement on Saturday, Olayinka Olayode, the spokesperson for the command, revealed that 7 suspects linked to the attack have been arrested. The apprehensions include the alleged mastermind and ringleader of the 10-member gang responsible for the brutal assault. The attack took place on January 6, 2026, around 9 p.m., when armed bandits reportedly arrived in large numbers on motorcycles equipped with sophisticated firearms. They stormed the National Park office, launched a coordinated attack on the rangers, and succeeded in freeing gang members who had been previously detained for criminal activities within the park and surrounding communities. Following the incident, Commissioner for Police Femi Haruna directed an immediate deployment of operational assets to the area and instructed the command monitoring unit to lead the investigation. This intelligence-driven operation resulted in the initial arrest of 3 suspects, Mohammed Dangi, Abubakar Abdullahi, and Shehu Usman. Subsequent investigations led to the capture of 4 more suspects from various hideouts across the country, including Toro Malami, Usman Umaru, Lalo Mohamadu, and Usman Issa. The suspects have reportedly confessed to their roles in the attack, providing detailed accounts of how the gang carried out the operation on multiple motorcycles with the primary goal of rescuing detained members. The confessions have yielded actionable intelligence that is helping authorities track down other fleeing members of the criminal syndicate. The Oyo State Police Command emphasized that the arrest marked a major step in curbing armed banditry and ensuring the safety of residents and forest personnel in the state. The command also thanked Governor Seyi Makinde for his support in strengthening the state security architecture and commended Inspector General of Police Kayode Betokon for his strategic guidance and operational assistance. Residents of the state were urged to remain calm and avoid spreading unverified information that could incite public panic or compromise ongoing security efforts. The command reaffirmed its commitment to safeguarding lives and property and warned that all fleeing members of the gang would be pursued and brought to justice. The Federal Capital Territory Administration has strengthened emergency healthcare services with the handover of 12 new ambulance buses to public hospitals in Abuja. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike presented the vehicles at the FCT Secretariat, describing them as part of a broader effort to improve healthcare delivery and emergency response. Correspondent Chimeze Nzadima reports.
At the FCTA Secretariat in Abuja on Thursday, the FCT administration officially handed over 12 new ambulance buses to public hospitals. The 12 ambulances are expected to improve response time and emergency medical access across the Federal Capital Territory. The Mandate Secretary of the FCT Health and Environment Secretariat, Dr. Adedolapo Fasewe, said the initiative reflects a people-centered approach to healthcare beyond infrastructure alone. She noted that the administration has addressed long-standing welfare issues, including hazard allowances, wage awards, and medical residency training funds, some unpaid since 2021.
It is heartwarming that this administration has paid allowances that have been due, some even since 2021. I wish to particularly refer to the 13th month hazard allowance for healthcare workers and wage award, the medical residency training fund. I can confidently say that FCT is the only state that has paid all these allowances up to date. There have been many other interventions, including the upgrade of the School of Nursing to a full-fledged College of Nursing, making it the first College of Nursing also in this area of the country.
Dr. Fasawe and WHO Acting Emergency Manager Dr. Kumshida Yakubu described the intervention as a coordinated effort to strengthen healthcare delivery and boost staff morale across FCT health facilities.
This initiative goes beyond the provision of just ambulances. It reflects our commitment to people-centered governance, emergency preparedness, and improved health outcomes for all who reside in the FCT.
For us in the WHO, we are committed to supporting the FCT administration in achieving its health goals, particularly in emergency preparedness and response. WHO works closely with the Health Service and Environmental Secretariat and all partners in the FCT to build resilient health system, promoting universal health coverage and ensuring that everyone has access to essential health services. These ambulances will undoubtedly save lives and reduce mobility by providing timely transportation to health facilities. WHO applauds the FCT minister's efforts to strengthen its emergency medical services.
FCT Minister Nyesom Wike linked effective emergency services to improved infrastructure, particularly road networks that enable ambulances to reach patients quickly. He disclosed that 14 health centers are currently undergoing rehabilitation alongside investment in education and other key sectors.
I did say before that every sector will be looked into. So many people were saying, why are we concentrating on road infrastructure? So many people were saying, why are we focusing on education? But people forget that these ambulances may break down when there are no good roads. When it is an emergency period for you to convey patients, and the roads are not portable condition, then the whole essence of the emergency vehicles becomes useless. So first thing first, and that's what we have been able to do. As we speak here, we're already in procurement process of rehabilitating and furnishing 14 of our health centers.
With the ambulances now deployed, authorities say residents can expect faster emergency response and improved access to critical healthcare services across the FCT. In Abuja, Chimizi Zedima reporting for Signature TV News.
The Nigerian Customs Service Ogun Ewan Area Command Iduroko confirmed that an alleged smuggler was killed during a gunfight with suspected smugglers and a mob attack along the Alapoti bush path in Ado-Odo Ota local government area, Ogun State on Saturday. According to the public relations officer Zakari Chado, the incident occurred around 6 a.m. when officers intercepted motorcycles carrying smuggled rice. While withdrawing, the operatives were ambushed by a mob armed with dangongs, stones, bottles, and charms in an attempt to reclaim the goods. Chado said officers repelled the attack after a 30-minute confrontation during which one assailant was injured and later died. The command linked the attack to its intensified anti-smuggling operations, which have recently led to major seizures of rice, narcotics, arms, and ammunition. The command also arrested a suspect who claimed ownership of 46 bags of foreign parboiled rice seized during the operation. Duty Controller Olakoyade Afeni, acting Customs Area Controller, condemned the assault as barbaric and reaffirmed that the command's enforcement activities would continue. He warned that all perpetrators would be brought to justice and assured the public of the command's commitment to safety and lawful enforcement under the Nigerian Customs Service Act 2023. A youth entrepreneur and activist, Joshua Alade, says the failure of the government to adequately provide the welfare of Nigerians is a major factor driving young people to seek better opportunities abroad. Speaking on the morning show on Signature TV, Alade lamented that many citizens had lost confidence in government, stressing that Nigerians are now burdened with providing basic amenities such as electricity, water, and security, responsibilities that should ordinarily be handled by the state. He described it as disturbing that instead of empowering young people through job creation and skills development, security agencies often harass them for owning phones and laptops. Tools, he says, are critical for innovation and productivity in today's economy.
And you know that you are a victim of police violence, you don't want to stay back. I've seen and I've read stories online of people who have young people because they have an iPhone or they use a MacBook. They are being harassed by the police. You don't want to be harassed by the people who are supposed to be protecting you, and it can leave a lasting impression on your mental health. It's also the same thing in the place of work. If I work in a very toxic environment, it's going to impact my mental health. It's not just going, when I move from that place and I go to another organization, the experiences I've had in the previous place will still play in my head, and it will require a lot of effort to make sure that I can fully be myself. So what is required is for the government to be able to fulfill the social contract. One social contract is creating jobs for young people.
Alade, however, urged young Nigerians to focus on acquiring relevant skills in information technology, financial literacy, and entrepreneurship to remain competitive in the global space. He also encouraged youths to understand and assert their rights, noting that this would help curb abuses by overzealous individuals and security operatives, while stressing the importance of proper life planning.
Most of the millionaires, people who are changing the world today, majority of them are entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurship creates that opportunity to employ more people. So I really encourage that every young person right now, one way or another, should learn a skill to be an entrepreneur. And for technical and vocational skills, there needs to be that emphasis on the world of work today. What are the skills that are required? How can young people be able to maintain excellence, and how can they communicate what they are doing, both to their customers and then the people around them? Technical and vocational skills are very important. People will never stop building houses, so we would always need tilers, we would always need painters, we would always need electricians, and these people are well paid. In the UK, they are one of the highest paid people. In the US, they are one of the most highest paid people. So those technical and vocational skills are not just technical and vocational skills, they are life skills. And I encourage every young person and institutions around Nigeria to make sure that we create a very good structure for vocational and technical skills.
Still to come, Iran's supreme leader warns of regional war if US attacks. Deadly gun and bomb attacks hit Pakistan's Balochistan province. More details on our foreign news. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, Wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Israel has partially reopened the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt after months of pressure from humanitarian groups, allowing limited movement of people but not goods. Israeli authorities say the reopening is a pilot phase coordinated with Egypt and the European Union and only applies to civilians who receive prior Israeli security clearance. The crossing had remained largely shut since Israeli forces took control of the area in May 2024 during the war with Hamas. The move comes amid renewed violence despite a ceasefire, with Gaza's Civil Defense Agency reporting dozens killed in Israeli strikes on Saturday. Israel says the attacks were in response to violations of the truce. Gaza health officials say around 200 patients are waiting to leave the territory for urgent medical treatment, while Palestinian Authority officials have also arrived on the Egyptian side in preparation for administrative duties. Israel had earlier said Rafah would not reopen until the body of the last Israeli hostage held in Gaza was recovered. His remains were returned earlier this week, paving the way for the partial reopening. A wider reopening is expected soon, though no agreement has been reached on the number of people who will be allowed to cross. Rafah remains Gaza's only border crossing, not directly controlled by Israel, and is seen as a critical lifeline for the territory's 2.2 million residents. At least 48 people, including civilians and security personnel, have been killed in a wave of coordinated gun and bomb attacks across Pakistan's southwestern Balochistan province, officials say. The region's chief minister, Sarwariz Bhutto, confirmed that 31 civilians and 19 members of the security forces lost their lives, while security personnel killed at least 145 attackers during counter-operations. The Balochistan Liberation Army, BLA, claimed responsibility for the violence, saying it targeted security installations across the province. Multiple attacks were reported in more than a dozen towns and cities, including areas around the provincial capital, Quetta. Police stations, paramilitary bases, prisons, and government buildings were among the targets, as gunmen and attackers using grenades struck almost simultaneously. In response, authorities sealed off key administrative areas, suspended regional train services, and jammed mobile phone networks. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif later praised the military's response and pledged to continue the fight against terrorism until it is eradicated. The escalation marks one of the deadliest days of violence in Balochistan, a resource-rich but impoverished region that has endured a decades-long insurgency. Pakistan has again accused India of supporting the BLA, a claim New Delhi has constantly denied. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has warned that any military attack on Iran would trigger a wider regional war, as the United States continue to build up forces in the Middle East. Khamenei said the U.S. should know that a conflict will not be limited, following Washington's deployment of the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln to the region. U.S. Central Command says the carrier group is operating in the Arabian Sea. The warning comes as President Donald Trump said Iran was engaged in serious discussions aimed at reaching an acceptable outcome, while Iran's top security officials said a framework for talks was making progress. Tensions remain high over Iran's nuclear program and its violent crackdown on anti-government protests. Iran has dismissed U.S. military moves as intimidation, saying it will not be frightened by American show of force. Iran is also preparing to begin live-fire naval drills in the Strait of Hormuz, a vital global oil route through which about a fifth of the world's traded crude passes. Tehran has previously threatened to shut the strait if attacked. The U.S. has warned Iran against unsafe conduct near its forces, while Tehran has accused Washington of trying to dictate military activity in Iranian waters. Newly released documents from the United States Department of Justice suggest convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein made payments totaling $75,000 to bank accounts linked to Lord Mandelson. The records indicate 3 separate payments of $25,000 each made between 2003 and 2004, referencing Lord Mandelson, who was then the Labour MP for Hartlepool. These bank statements are part of millions of SPM-related documents released under a U.S. transparency law. Lord Mandelson said he has no record or recollection of receiving the money and questioned the authenticity of the documents. He reiterated his regret for ever knowing Espion and apologized unreservedly to the women and girls abused by the disgraced financer. The latest release also includes redacted photographs showing Lord Mandelson standing next to an unidentified woman. He said he could not place the location or circumstances in which the images were taken, stressing that being named or pictured in the files does not imply wrongdoing. The payments were first reported by the Financial Times, and it remains unclear whether the funds were ever received. Espion died in a New York jail in 2019 while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has suggested that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor should be prepared to testify before the U.S. Congress over his links to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Sir Keir said anyone with relevant information should be willing to share it, adding that a victim-centered approach must put Epstein's victims first. His comments follow the release of millions of U.S. Justice Department files related to Epstein, including photographs that appear to show Mountbatten Windsor kneeling over an unidentified woman inside what looks like Epstein's New York mansion. BBC Verify says the decor in the images is consistent with the property. No context is provided for the photos, and there is no suggestion of criminal wrongdoing. U.S. Democrats previously asked Mountbatten Windsor to answer questions as part of a congressional investigation. At the time, Sir Keir said the decision was a personal matter for him. The latest document release also includes emails from 2010 suggesting Epstein invited Batten Windsor to meet a 26-year-old woman in London. The messages were exchanged 2 years after Epstein pleaded guilty to soliciting a minor. The emails do not indicate any illegal activity. Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew, has reportedly denied all wrongdoing and says he was unaware of Epstein's criminal behavior. He was stripped of his royal titles last year amid growing scrutiny of his association with Epstein. The BBC has approached him for comment. Marius Borg Horreby will appear in Oslo District Court on Tuesday without the support of his closest family. The mother, Crown Prince Mette-Marit, and his stepfather, Crown Prince Haakon, will not attend what is one of the largest and most sensitive trials in Norway in recent years. The 29-year-old faces 38 charges, including 4 counts of rape, assault, and threats against a former girlfriend, criminal damage, drug offenses, and driving violations. If convicted, he could face a prison sentence of more than 10 years. The court has imposed a ban on photographing Horreby, but the 7-week trial is attracting intense international media attention. The Norwegian royal palace has stressed that Horreby is not a public figure and is not a member of the royal family, though he has long been regarded as close to it. Commentators say the case represents an unprecedented challenge for Norway's monarchy and its reputation. Horreby has admitted to some lesser offenses, including physical abuse and damaging property, but denies the most serious charges, particularly those relating to rape and sexual assault. Prosecutors say the alleged offenses span several years and involve women who were incapacitated, which under Norwegian law constitutes rape. Several women are expected to give evidence, including a former girlfriend whose identity has been made public after the court rejected an anonymity request. Her allegations of violence form part of the indictment and are strongly denied by the defense. Crown Prince Haakon has said the family will not attend the trial, but has expressed concern both for his stepson and for the women involved. King Harold and Queen Sonja will also be absent, while Crown Princess Mette Marit is seriously ill with pulmonary fibrosis and is being prepared for a possible lung transplant. As the trial gets underway, it is expected to place sustained pressure on Norway's royal family, an institution traditionally known for its openness and close relationship with the public. And that's it on the foreign scene.
That's the news this hour. I am Christopher Lele. Thank you for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape. From the dream team, we can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
It's a privilege to be once again in the house of the Lord. And we are glad to be here. Let's stand up and pray. Father, Lord, our Heavenly God, we thank you for opportunity once again to be in your house. To lift your name up high because we recognize that you are all and all. You are the creator of all universe. We thank you for making us to be one of your own, accepting us to be your own, the special people of God. We can't thank you enough. We recognize that in you that we live and move and have our being. Everything that we are hoping or everything that we are all because of you. And we are careful to give you all the praise, all the honor, all the adoration be unto you, Father God. Let no man take any glory for what's going to happen today. It's all about you. Speak through me to your people, O Lord, Father God. Let them hear you and understand you and know you. Reveal yourself to your people, O Lord, Father. You say those who diligently seek you, you will abide with them. Father, we thank you for that in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. You can be seated. It's good to be here once again. I want us to go quickly at Hosea chapter 4, verse 6. If the media will illuminate it, that will be so good on the platform. Hosea chapter 4, starting verse 6. It says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. My people are perished for lack of knowledge. Because you have rejected knowledge, I also will reject you from being priest for me, because you have forgotten the law of your God. I also will forget your children. The verse that I want to emphasize is number 6. The part of number 6 that says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. One may ask, who are the people he's talking about? Is it people in the world? Those who have not received Christ? Or is he talking about us who have accepted Christ as our personal Lord and Savior? I can tell you, he is talking about us. He is talking about the body of Christ. The lack of understanding or lack of knowledge is the reason why one of the vision of GWC, Cody Briggs Worship Center, is to bring to light those knowledge that God has revealed to us that is not well known in the body of Christ. that is not well known in the body of Christ. Our vision here in GWC, apart from leading people to Christ, getting them to know Jesus Christ as their Lord and personal Savior, a part of our mission is to teach and illuminate to the body of Christ the power of the second commandment. I know we have said it in our little get-together many times, but we have not taken it up as a sermon. It's lacking in the body of Christ illumination of the power of the second commandment. Christ gave us 2 commandments. Love your God, love your Lord with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your might. See, all these requirements compiled other things: coming to church, training your children, singing in the choir, carrying the name of Christ, talking to people about God. But the one that has not been illuminated vividly to the body of Christ is the hidden knowledge of the power of the second commandment, which is the main reason Christ walked on earth for 33 years. Because all of us know that Herod was about to kill him and wanted to get him by all means, killing everybody every young child that is 2 years down, so that he will not miss the Christ. And if Herod had gotten him, he still did not change who he was. God and a man, divine God and a man, walked on earth. He walked on earth as a man so that he can teach us how we can live. And he's about doing good things, going around healing people. Nobody accounted where Jesus did anything wrong. Everything he did was good. That's why he walked on earth. And this is the things that is lacking in the body of Christ. The work of Christ on earth is lacking on the body of Christ. The body of Christ have not taken the time to teach the power that rests on the second commandment, which he tells us that this commandment, which is the second, is just like the first. Let us see what the commandment is all about. Moses was given 10 commandments. Moses, you remember Moses? He was the one that God chose to lead the children of Israel from captivity into the promised land. At a point, because of the disobedience that children of Israel continue to perpetuate, it was necessary for God to drop the 10 commandments on them. Let us go through those 10 commandments. 1, thou shalt have no other God before me. That's one of them. Thou shalt not make unto you any graven image when I read this part, in United States of America, they just celebrated Halloween. And one time I was walking through a shop that has all the Halloween stuff. And when I look at them, I said, if you pick this thing and send to Africa, I bet you the whole village is going to run into worshiping one of those things. And it's a man-made stuff. Something somebody crafted in his backyard. Make it look scary and all that. And I can tell you, you will see people who will gravitate to go to. Say, this is my God. Why? Number 3, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord God in vain. Number 4, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. You want us to come together. Come together and worship him, just as we're doing. Number 5, excuse me. Number 5, honor their father and their mother. Number 6, thou shalt not kill. Number 7, thou shalt not commit adultery. Number 8, thou shalt not steal. Number 9, thou shalt not bear false witness against neighbor. Number 10, thou shalt not covet. Covet, taking things that doesn't belong to you. Covetousness, finding a way to take things that doesn't belong to you. Surprisingly, if you look on these 10 commandments, from 1 to 4 dealt with God. From 1 to 4 dealt with God. From 5 to 10, which is 6, dealt with us. That's where the second commandment lies. That's why he told you that 2 commandments, one for God and one for your neighbor. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. If you are eating and your neighbor does not eat, make sure he eats. And you see that your neighbor does not eat, make sure he eats. If you clothe and you have extra, and you see that your neighbor that doesn't, you clothe him. If you have a shelter and your neighbor doesn't have one, try as much as you can, your ability, to help the person. That is what second commandment is all about. Taking care of your neighbor as you want to take care of yourself. Let me tell you something. Why I say that this is part of the thing that is lacking in the body of Christ is because this second commandment is the reason, is why Jesus lived for 33 years. This second commandment is the reason, that is the only way you as the body of Christ can live that life. He said that you are my priesthood, peculiar people, royal. This is the reason. Second commandment. So if you don't like what you are, where you are today, as you live your life, if you don't like where you are, look on what you are doing about the second commandment. Because the moment you are born again, accept Jesus Christ as your personal Savior, you are already on your way of fulfilling the first one, which means if you drop dead immediately, you will go to heaven. But if you want to hang around on this earth, just like I do, you must learn what is hidden in the second commandment. Why do I say hidden? It's hidden because nobody tells you about it. God said that he's no respect of person. If you have done it for me, he will do it for you. He will do it for everyone who have taken time to learn those things that based embedded into the second commandment. Our Christianity rests on these two commandments. In the Old Testament, we have gone through it. Right now, we would like to go to Matthew 22, 34 to 40. Matthew 22. Go with me there, please. Matthew chapter 22, starting from verse 34. Can someone read? Take a mic to someone to read. Starting from verse 34. Hold on for a mic.
Praise God. But when the Pharisees have heard that he had put the Sadducees to silence, they were gathered together. Verse 35. Then one of them, which was a lawyer, asked him a question, tempting him and saying, 36, Master, which is the great commandment in the law? Verse 37. Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. Verse 38. This is the first and great commandment. 39. And the second is like unto it.
The second is like unto it.
Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Verse 40. On these two commandments, hang all the law and the prophets.
All these two commandments, law,
hang all the law,
the Christianity
and the prophets.
Hold on, please. Our Christian life rests on these two laws. Our Christian life rests on these two laws: loving God and loving people. If you are not able to love people, there is no way you can start off and call yourself a child of God. You can play church, which is what we see every day, and be the one that everybody recognizes in the church. That's what it is. But there is no way the manifestation of the glorious inheritance of God will flow over you, flow through you. It will not happen. It will not. Can do whatever you want to do. It will not happen. It will not. Continue.
41. While the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them, saying, What think ye of Christ? Whose son is he? They said unto him, The son of David. Verse 43.
No, we're supposed to stop at 40. Thank you. That's where we rest. We have to go also to Galatians 5, starting from verse 13. Galatians 5, starting from verse 13 to 14. You will see what and how God continue to talk about this power of the second commandment. Galatians chapter 5, starting from verse 13.
I read in Jesus' name. Galatians chapter 5, verse 13. For brethren, ye have been called unto liberty. Only use not liberty for an occasion to the flesh, but by love serve one another. Verse 14. For all the law is fulfilled in one word, even in this: thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
Stop
Verse
right there.
15.
That's right. That's where you're supposed to stop. You see, the same thing we read in Matthew is revealed to us once again in Paul speaking to the Galatians. Talking to the Galatians. He told them that all this law revolve in one. For all the law is fulfilled in one word, even in this: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Where does it stop? You should love your neighbor as yourself. That means you have to have your neighbor's affair. With this, you don't have any way of hating anybody, because you don't hate yourself. How can you hate anyone? Bible told you, love one another as you love yourself. As long as I know, I haven't seen anybody that hates himself. I have not seen anyone that hates himself. So if you don't hate yourself, that means you must cultivate in you the ability to extend the love you have for yourself to one another, to other people around you. And that is a challenge, because the world that we live in are not that way. The world we live in are not that way. And the thing is that the Bible says that you are the salt of the earth. The salt is a little bitty thing that you put in a big part of food and it permeates the whole food. God wants you to be the salt, because you carry his DNA. You carry his characteristics. And when you go out and start doing good to people, you will see that God will pour out blessing over your life that you never have a room to receive them. It is very important that we look at this. Loving your neighbor as yourself. This is our beginning of this series. It's going to go a long way, because we're going to touch a whole lot of areas that are going to show you about people who play church. People who play church. John chapter 12. Please follow me to John chapter 12, starting from verse 1. John chapter 12, starting from verse 1 to 13. Just a second, another person should read. Bring it.
John chapter 12. Then, 6 days before the Passover, Jesus came to Bethany, where Lazarus was, who had been dead, whom he had raised from the dead. There they made him a supper, and Martha served, but Lazarus was one of those who sat at the table with him. Then Mary took a pound of very costly oil of spikenard, anointed the feet of Jesus, and wiped his feet with her hair. And the house was filled with the fragrance of the oil. But one of his disciples, Judas Iscariot.
There you go. Judas Iscariot.
Yeah. Simon's son, who would betray him, said, "Why was this fragrant oil not sold for 300 denarii and given to the poor?" This he said, not that he cared for the poor, but because he was a thief.
He was a thief.
And had the money of bucks.
Hold it. He was a thief. Not because he cared about the poor. He was a thief. So when they see, and you're going to, wherever you are walking around, you're going to see people who detest your goodness. And you're going to be wondering, is it still profitable to be good? Because people will detest you because you are good. Look at this man who was already going to betray Christ. Talking about why Mary was washing the feet of Jesus Christ with a good fragrance, smelling good. You know, you're going to read where he says he uses his hair too. Can you believe that? Just picture it. The kind of worship that this woman. This is after Jesus have raised his brother Lazarus from death. What else can you do? When your brother, you already given up, that is dead, and all of a sudden he come back. What can't you do? Even if licking her legs, I will lick. Am I wrong? With my tongue. And I know everybody would do that. But look at the evil man always find a way to tell you the goodness is bad and the bad is good. Continue. Verse what?
Verse 6b. But because he was a thief and had the money box, and he used to take what was put in it.
He collects the offering. And he takes some. Just picture that the kind of hellfire this man is pouring on his head every day. At the church, you are made to collect the offering. And you are starting out some of them. Do you know a lot of people? People do that. I remember one church where somebody was fired because they found that she's stealing money. How can anyone be in the house of the Lord and pour charcoal on his head like that? Do you know why? Because we always focus on now. On now. When you focus on now, self-gratification, loss of earthly things, it is easy to fall prey to this type of thing. Let us say it's not our portion in Jesus' name. Keep reading.
Verse 7. But Jesus said, "Let her alone. She has kept this for the day of my burial. For the poor you have with you always."
You have the poor with you always.
But me, you do not have always.
Thank you. Did you hear where Jesus mentioned poor? It means that he is concerned about poor. See, you have them. Don't think that when you walk past, you think it's not your concern. I've said it. When God sent someone to you, do not think that it's by accident. Okay. You are just getting the gas in a gas station, and somebody just walked to you. The moment you are getting that gas, somebody came to you. You have not seen that person there before, and tell you, "Please, I need you to buy me food." And you looked at him, say, "Look at this guy, you couldn't see anybody to ask me. and you walk away. You just lost opportunity of being blessed. Because I can guarantee you, by the time somebody came to ask you that favor, God has already put money in your pocket. I can guarantee you that someone will not walk to you and you don't have the money there, because God has already put the money there before he sent somebody to come to get it. It is our disobedience of the second commandment will make us walk away for the opportunity to grow and opportunity to be blessed. My nose, my spiritual antennas look for those kind of stuff. I look for it. Oh, and when it shows up, I know where it's coming from. Don't get me wrong. There's some people who are a professional beggar. A professional beggar is not what I'm talking about, because you come the next day, you see the same person, the same place at the same time. That's different. You can use your time and bless the person whenever when the Holy Spirit rise upon you to do that. If not, you go your way. What verse are we?
To read verse 9.
Go ahead.
Now a great many of the Jews knew that he was there, and they came not for Jesus' sake only, but that they might also see Lazarus, whom he had raised from the dead.
Inquisitive was going on in the village. The news have gone out that somebody who had died was raised to dead. So they were flooding in there. Keep reading.
He has raised from the dead. But the chief priest plotted to put Lazarus to death.
Stop
also.
right there. Who?
The chief priest.
Who?
The chief priest.
Pastor, who is the chief priest? Say the person in charge of church, right? Of synagogue. The religious leaders. The bishops. The pope. The venerables. Have you gone and see how a position in the church are fought? That they even come close of killing themselves for the work of Christ, where we're supposed to give freely. Something is wrong, and it has to change from the body of Christ, because nobody is teaching what is necessary. The chief priest, keep reading, you will see.
But the chief priest plotted to put Lazarus to death also.
Chief priest wanted to put Lazarus back to death. They want to kill him so that the word will not spread out to show that somebody died and resurrected. Do you know there are many people like that in this earth that we are? Because they want themselves to be, get the glory, get the fame, be the one they talk to. We have to be careful in the work of Jesus Christ that we have embraced to walk. We cannot play church anymore. We cannot play people anymore. We have to teach the word the way it is, the way Christ gave it to us. I was watching in one of the social media where bishop, two factions of the church was fighting that this bishop is the one that's going to be here and the other bishop is going. What are you fighting for? Something you're supposed to give freely. What is at stake? What is at stake? Whenever you lose the Great Commission, you will fight over everything. You become lost of the flesh. Become lost of the flesh. Let us be in the business of one another. And when you do that, when you cultivate that within you, you have, do you know God, Jesus, when they said the Satan is coming to test him, he said, oh, the prince of the world is coming. The prince of the world is coming, but he has no hold on me. Which means, I know you are coming to tempt me. There is nothing lost in me that you can throw a bait and I succumb to it. I give my life whenever I want to satisfy my Father, not because of your plot. How many times did they plot it? They didn't get him. He would tell the disciples, come, let's go to the other side. To avoid them. Where are you now?
Verse 11.
11.
Because on account of him, many of the Jews went away and believed in Jesus.
He said, let's kill him, because if he let this guy continue to walk around, many will believe in Jesus. Same thing you can see people fighting about congregations. Why you fight about the congregation? We are all in the same boat. We are here to minister the work of the word of God and bring people to Christ. Period. If you have a different agenda, that's why you are fighting. You are no more into the Great Commission. You have to be in God's business. And when you are in God's business, it does not matter whether it's 2 people that you minister to or 10 people that God led to you to minister or 1 million people that God led you to minister. Whoever God leads you to minister, minister to them. Jesus went to Sodom and Gomorrah, couldn't find one. So don't tell me that the number is what it is. The number is not what it is. It's who will know the word and use them.
The next day, a great multitude that had come to the feast, when they had heard that Jesus was coming to Jerusalem, took branches of palm trees and went out to meet him and cried out, Hosanna! Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord, the King of Israel.
Thank you. You see, they couldn't stop the crowd from following Jesus, just as Judas Iscariot couldn't stop us. There's billions of believers on earth today. It was 12 following Christ. Today is over billions, millions of people, billions of people following Christ. Say hallelujah. John 13. John chapter 13. The next chapter, starting from verse 34. It's only one verse we're going to read before I close. From 34.
A new commandment I give unto you.
A new commandment I give unto you.
That ye love one another as I have loved you. That you also love one another. Amen.
A new commandment. So if you walk out today, you're not going to ask that you don't know what the commandment that God has given to you. You are already a believer. You come, you leave everything that you have and come to church and come to fellowship. Loving one another is what we have to train ourselves. Train ourselves so that we don't be ignorant and be perished for lack of knowledge. We take the word, we train ourselves, It's a gradual process, especially in the world where we have already used to give me, take this and take that, especially people who come from polygamous family. You know, the colossal contest of supremacy is embedded. The children that came from this mother and children that come from this mother is a colossal contest of who wins, who goes. So they grew up trained to fight, always ready to fight. May God help us in Jesus' name. Father, Lord, our Heavenly God, we thank you for this word that you have given to your people. We pray that the word will not return to you void, that it must accomplish what you have set forth to do. For those who are in this media watching us today, I hope this has been a blessing to you. Try to be a doer of this word, not just a hearer. We thank you, O Lord, for giving us this in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Looking for a place to worship, grow, and experience the power of God's presence? Then join us at God Breaks Worship Center, located opposite Peaceland University, ENUGU Abakaliki Expressway, Onwabanike, ENUGU State. For prayers and counseling, please call +234 707 186 0394 or +234 703 772 8392. Stay connected with us online at Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at God Breaks Worship Center. Watch and listen to R7 every Sunday on Afia Radio 99.1 FM and Signaturetv Metro Digital SLTV channel 265 and on YouTube. You can also support the work of God through your giving. Account name God Breaks Worship Center. Bank Zenith Bank Nigeria. Account number 131232958. God Breaks Worship Center, a place for practical Christianity.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. I'm Patrick Okibo, founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm where we're really focused on addressing Africa's complex development challenges. The rule-based world, as we know it, is changing since President Trump's second coming. It appears that there are no sacred cows. Everything is up for creative destruction, if we can call that what he's doing creative. But basically, it's move fast and break a lot of things. Africa is impacted, first from its over-reliance on foreign aid, and maybe even more importantly, the lack of confidence that has evolved, just that we have the ability to think ourselves out of the mess that we're in. So how do we understand what's going on and how it will impact the continent? How will the continent's leaders respond to the changing world order? How can the continent address the development challenges it's facing, socioeconomic poverty, energy poverty? And my guest today will help us unpack many of these issues. Todd Moss is the executive director of the Energy for Growth Hub. It's the preeminent energy think tank based out of DC, but doing a lot of work in Africa. And he's also a visiting fellow at the Center for Global Development and a non-resident fellow at the Center for Energy Studies at Rice University's Baker Institute. Previously, Todd was U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Africa Affairs. He was also worked at the London School of Economics, Georgetown University, the World Bank, and the Economist Intelligence Unit. Todd has a PhD and MSc from University of London's SOAS and a BA from Tufts University. He's the author of several books on Africa, Africa's Development, Making Sense of Issues and Actors, Oil to Cash, which we will get to in this conversation. And he's also the author of an international thriller series about a State Department crisis manager involved in solving many challenges across the world, including Nigeria. And we're going to get to all of this. Todd, welcome.
Great to be with you, Patrick. Thank you for a very generous introduction.
Fantastic. So, I mean, if we think about it, even before Trump's second coming, many pundits, many analysts, kind of said that the Bretton Woods institutions, this rule-based world order that we're in, was kind of creaking along, right? And needed some form of reform. Do you think that maybe 20, 25 years from now, we will sit back and have this conversation and we'll be like, Trump was onto something. He needed to do it. Many leaders said it needed to be done. He's fixed this. If he didn't fix it, we'll be in a worse mess. Do you think we'll ever get to that point?
Well, a broken clock is right twice a day, right? So it's possible that, we'll look back and see. I think we will absolutely look back and see this as a pivotal moment in global affairs. The Bretton Woods institutions, well, I'd say maybe we'll get to the World Bank and IMF in particular, which are particular institutions that clearly need adjustment. But overall, the global world, I think, has in a way entrenched the powerful interests, not in the interests of most African countries, in a way that was just not serving Africa's best interests. So the optimistic interpretation of what's going on is that something new and perhaps like more open and honest about power dynamics and what countries want could come out of this. The less generous interpretation is that, fixing the rules and adjusting power dynamics might be better overall than just breaking down and not having rules. So I think it's very important that this period of such uncertainty and chaos lead to a new set of institutions that we have greater confidence in, rather than just, the Wild West, where every country's out for itself. That's not a world that's going to be good for really anybody, except maybe a small handful of oligarchs that will arbitrage their way, to billions more. So, I do believe in democratic adjustment, and I do believe in the ultimate. I guess deep down I'm an optimist, so I believe deep down that people want good outcomes. And there's a lot of very smart, well-intentioned people trying to get us to a better world. So I do think we'll get there eventually, but I expect the next several years to be pretty rough.
And where does that leave countries like India, Nigeria, many other African countries as they watch? They've always believed in this Western-led system, and it's like the rug's just been pulled, violently from under their feet. How should these countries be responding, or even thinking about proactively defending their positions, if any?
Yeah, so look, I think that this is a moment where, I don't know if you read Ken Apollo, who's a wonderful Kenyan political scientist at Georgetown. He's written a lot about how this is going to force African leaders to really figure out what they need to do for their own countries and stop relying on the rest of the world. I think there's a lot of I agree with a lot of that, and I would expect a lot of African leaders to take that mantle. I think the risk is that some leaders, and I can imagine a few African heads of state right now, that will just use this to say, well, the West, we're shedding the West, and we're going to instead turn to, I don't know, Vladimir Putin, and he's going to be our new best pal. And if you think that Joe Biden or Donald Trump are disingenuous about what they want to do in Africa, and I could understand why you would think that, just wait till you see what Russian cooperation looks like. And I think also, you mentioned India. I think it's beneficial for everyone that this is a multipolar world, and that countries like Nigeria have a wide array of partnership options. And it's not just choosing between, the old Cold War, the U.S. versus the Soviet Union, or really what the last 20 years has been between the U.S. and China, but actually playing all of them off each other to Africa's benefit, to Nigeria's benefit, and cooperating with India, the Gulf, Malaysia, Indonesia, all of those countries that are all looking to find their way in the world, and that all bring value in partnerships with a country like Nigeria. So the opportunity is there, but the onus on Africa's leaders is going to be even harder.
And we're going to come to, the World Bank and the IMF in a second. But just to say that as I think about everything that's evolving, right? The challenge we face is what, people like Dambisa Moyo had written earlier on, that all of this aid, all of this, handouts, and even what you had spoken about, in some of your writing at CGD on this world order where we're just relying on arms giving, that it's failing. It's broken. I think what has happened is we've created leaders who've become less confident, who've become dependent. So my fear is, are we going to see leaders, African leaders, who will come up with this new confidence that that this could actually be a silver lining, maybe not intended as one, but, it's an opportunity for us to do what China did, look inwards, and fix ourselves. In your toing and froing in Africa, do you get a sense that we have the ability to step up to the plate to do this kind of heavy lifting?
Well, I think you're going to see a rapid gap open between African countries that get it and are going to move forward, and African countries that do not and are just going to continue to struggle, or you're going to see leaders really burrow in with a very small group of elites to enrich themselves, and they're not going to help the population. We can, if you want to, play everyone's favorite parlor game and guess which countries are likely to be one or the other.
Let's go there.
Yeah. So picking who you think has got vision is always a tricky thing, because, events happen, and but why not? Let's throw caution to the wind. So look, I think that there's a number of leaders in Africa that clearly have a vision for where they want to take their country. They're trying to match that to reality. I would put, and I'm not going to say I'm endorsing any of them in particular.
Exactly.
Okay? Paul Kagame, for all of the problems in Rwanda, he knows what he wants to do. William Ruto in Kenya, for many, many problems, he's not very popular in Kenya right now, but he has a vision for what he wants to see his country achieve. I certainly think the leaders in Ghana, Senegal, Liberia, even, they've got a vision for where they want to take their country. HH in Zambia, for sure. I think those, it's not that they're perfect or they're going to succeed, but they have an idea of what they want to do, and they're starting to put those actions into reality. Those that are going to stick behind are those that have kind of been around for a long time and don't know how to do anything differently. No one probably worse right now than Mnangagwa in Zimbabwe. Like, he's not got a vision other than enriching a tiny, increasingly small circle around him. Some of the other, Paul Biya, I don't see that really, becoming a dynamic place. So those are just a few of them. But let me stop there. But Patrick, I'd love to hear what you think. Who am I missing?
You know, I kept counting, and I think I counted to like 7, 8 countries, and you did not mention Nigeria. You know, and I'm heartbroken, but I think I understand. I think I understand. And why is it that you don't see Nigeria leading this resurgence or renaissance?
Yeah, so I'd say I don't know. One of the things, I mean, I've been working on Nigeria 30 years now, and one thing I have come to understand is the more I learn about Nigeria, the more I realize how little I understand. It is like, it is a puzzle, it's the onion. You keep unwrapping it and you figure, oh my God, what so I just don't have a lot of confidence in understanding what's happening in Nigeria right now or where it's headed. The one thing I would say that I'm obviously optimistic about Nigeria is, I mean, is there a country on the planet that is showing where the diaspora is showing more incredible talent? I don't think so, right? So look at the success of Nigerians around the world. And that just gives you a hint at the potential for the country. But the fact that Nigerians succeed so well overseas and they struggle so much at home is a sign that there's some fundamental things that need to be fixed in Nigeria. But it's also, I mean, an exciting window into the potential of just an incredible country with incredible talent, right? And I think one good example that you can see is a sector where people are relatively freed from local problems are the creatives, the creative sector. So look at what Nigerians are doing in film and music and art, and that like just gives you, just a little window into
Technology. Yeah. And I think I'll hinge my hope on that as well. I mean, we saw that happen with India. India, seemed to be going nowhere. And then the diaspora re-engaged and brought skills, brought resources, brought connectivity to the rest of the world, and then India just took off. I think that Nigeria is grooming its talent both at home and in the diaspora. I think we're transitioning. I think what we're seeing is probably the last generation of, people who are old school or schooled in the old ways. But again, remember, I'm an incurable optimist. So I think that there's a new generation of Nigerians that are coming through who may not have many of the political or socioeconomic baggages that the current generation has, and that given an opportunity, they could set a path for the country. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I think that's right, and it's going to be incumbent on the next generation to really get some of the fundamentals right that will allow that diaspora to be able to thrive at home, and not make it that young Nigerians that their aspiration is to leave to succeed. So there's too many countries in Africa where that's your best path to success, and that's never a positive sign. Countries can fiddle with statistics and mess around with the currency. They can do all of that. One thing they cannot do is stop people from voting with their feet. And so I certainly always look at the diaspora and where people are moving. Not to pick on Zimbabwe again, but every couple of years we hear that Zimbabwe has turned the corner and it's really everything's going to be fine now. And I say that's fine. Let's see. Are Zimbabweans in South Africa moving back into Zimbabwe? Until they are moving back in large numbers, I'm not going to believe that there's a turnaround.
Exactly. Let's briefly touch on the World Bank, the IMF, some of the changes that need to happen. It's also interesting, and we may speak about this on the Africa Development Bank, that's about to elect its next president, especially in light of the US, saying that it's going to pull away. What does that all mean? How do these institutions need to transform to give Africa the force it needs to step forward?
Yeah, so look, the bank is an incredible institution, right? It's a credit cooperative that basically allows all of its member states to borrow at AAA rated interest rates. So, the very credit-worthy countries effectively lend their credit rating to countries that can't borrow at those rates. That's like an amazing thing. That is manufacturing money from thin air for developing countries. And the fact that the World Bank has a soft window so that they can subsidize those interest rates even further for the poorest countries means that, there's nowhere else that a country like Liberia or, in the past, Nigeria could go get a 40-year loan at effectively zero interest rates, right? I mean, that's amazing. So we actually need the institution. It's also a really important storehouse of expertise. Like they know a lot about how to do good public procurement, how to do infrastructure planning, all of the plumbing of making an economy work. The World Bank's probably the single most important institution around the world. So we actually need the World Bank to be functioning and effective. I think where it's gotten a little, where it's lost its way, is that, and this comes back to the question around breaking the global rules, is that it's become a tool for wealthy countries to impose their values and their vision on poorer countries rather than supporting developing country leaders and what they want to achieve. And I don't think that there's a sort of more recent, starker example than the climate change agenda, which is over the last, couple of years, the World Bank effectively became a climate financing window rather than a development window.
Yeah.
And climate's very important to developing countries. Africa's going to, everybody knows this. Africa's going to be hit worst by the effects of climate change, and it's contributed the least. Africa wants to have, low carbon energy systems just like everybody else. And the World Bank can play a role in that, but that's got to be with the objective of things that African governments want, which is basically economic growth and job creation, and that's taking a priority over carbon mitigation, which frankly is the way that the priority ladder works in every other part of the world, right? In the United States, you could not pass, even under Biden, you could barely get climate action going if it was going to have an impact on electricity prices or job creation. The same in Europe, even in the climate aggressive countries like France, it's politically fraught to get too aggressive on that. If you're raising costs for consumers, you're impacting jobs or you're inconveniencing people. So why wouldn't that be true for African countries as well? So I think the World Bank could use a reset. I don't really love the way that the Trump administration is kind of bullying people into this, but it could, I think, force a bit more realism among some of the other board members. And that should be good in the long term.
Yeah. Let's go a step deeper. So you've got African countries that are fossil fuel rich, but they also have to pay attention to climate change, energy transition, etc. How do we balance this? And this goes to some of the work you're doing at Energy for Growth Hub. How should countries be thinking about energy transition, but also thinking about job creation, poverty, etc., knowing that they are fossil fuel rich? How do they balance these slightly conflicting needs?
Yeah, look, I think at one level, there's a bit of a trade-off there for sure, right? But at another level, Africa's emissions are so small relative to the rest of the world.
3%?
And that's if you include North Africa. So take North Africa out, let's just, for argument's sake, take South Africa out, which is a high energy coal economy. You've got 48 other countries, almost zero coal, a little bit here and there, almost zero coal, very, very low emissions. It's like, it's not even a rounding. It's Sub-Saharan Africa's emissions are less in total than the annual fluctuation year to year globally, right? It's just noise in the global system. And for emissions, all you care about is the global total. The local amounts don't matter at all because it's a common good. So there's also an argument, like, for at least the next 20 years, that we shouldn't be worried too much about Africa's emissions. I would say that there's a stronger case to be made to let's cool it on worrying too much about Africa's emissions. Pay attention to it, but don't worry too much. and really focus on job creation, poverty reduction, and economic growth. And yes, you can lean on the scale and try and steer countries to use the latest, cleanest technologies. We absolutely should do that. That's what soft loans are for. But the idea that African countries should be prioritizing carbon emissions while per capita incomes are a tiny fraction of the high emitting countries, to me strikes me as it's taking climate justice completely upside down. And not to be too cynical about it, but I feel like we, colleagues of mine and others have been trying to make this argument to Western leaders for a while. And really, we've fallen on deaf ears. And that this power dynamic is only going to change when African leaders stand up for themselves and say, you know what, this is good. We want to be part of the clean energy transition. We want the latest technologies. We're going to do all these amazing things. But we're not going to do it at the cost of our own people, their livelihoods, their jobs.
Exactly.
And that's the responsibility of leaders is to meet the needs of their people, not look good on a global stage for empty promises, frankly.
Yeah, but the challenge is if you've got to borrow to fund infrastructure and it's all tied to many of these parameters, you're stuck, and again, it goes back to that trying to develop with beggar's bowl in hand and bent at your knees, and not having the confidence as Africa to come together and say, this is our position, this is how we're going to engage with the world. And I don't think it's an easy feat to accomplish.
Well, look, so I'll disagree with you. I actually don't think it's that difficult, right? If Nigeria wanted a natural gas power plant and they wanted the World Bank to fund it, and the World Bank objected on reasonable grounds, like this is uneconomic, it's not going to work, the debt burden is too high, that's fine. But if they're objecting because they don't think that Nigeria should have more gas-fired power plants, and instead Nigeria should export all of its gas to richer nations, if they think that the World Bank shouldn't support a gas-fired power plant, which by the way would enable more solar power because they match really well together, if they did that, I think that the Nigerian finance minister and probably President Tinubu need to raise that right at the top and make a stink about it, because they would find a lot of sympathy from other shareholders. Sure, Germany's not borrowing from the World Bank, but a lot of emerging market countries are. And a lot of political leaders fully understand that climate is not everything. It's super important, and we all have to tackle it in our own way, but it's not the only objective, and it's certainly not the only objective of the World Bank. So I think you can press them, and you can also, work with other nations to make sure that your voices are heard. This is going to happen this summer, actually, in part because of the Trump administration putting pressure on the World Bank. The US policy now is officially all of the above energy, which means, we're not going to make choices ahead of time about which technologies are in and which are out. Although I actually wish that they would be open to, wind and solar as well. They seem to say all of the above except the ones that the other guys liked, which is it's not smart either. But if they're pushing for an all of the above energy strategy at the World Bank, there's going to be a board discussion to look at this. And a lot of the attention has been on nuclear. The World Bank bans any discussion or much less investment in nuclear power. That is going to come to an end, I hope, this summer. But that's also going to raise questions around gas. So what the bank has said about gas is they will not finance upstream oil and gas exploration. They won't finance pipelines. They will consider, under exceptional circumstances, some downstream factories or power plants. But it has to meet a whole set of criteria. And those hoops that you have to jump through can become largely a ban by just ban through bureaucracy. So that is going to be revisited by the board, I think, this summer or at least this fall. And that will be an opportunity for countries like Nigeria to talk about where they see fossil fuels fitting into their own energy transition plans. And it certainly won't be everything, and it certainly won't be zero. But that's the whole point of countries setting their own trajectories, both for climate plans and for economic plans. And the World Bank should be getting behind them. I'll just say it would be a huge missed opportunity if the Nigerian government does not weigh in here, and they leave it to India or Brazil or somebody else to speak for the emerging markets. Nigeria, as a big oil and gas producer, should really be speaking up for itself and for fellow countries, working with, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Mozambique, Tanzania. Namibia is now going to be an oil producing country. So like a little bit of cooperation can go a long way.
Yeah. Yeah. So back in 2018, you wrote this book, Africa Development, Making Sense of It All. In the intervening years, what is that insight you have about Africa's development that is not really clear to many people who think about Africa? And here I'm thinking, what is it that in your view, because I know you think a lot about this stuff, what's that thing that we don't understand, or that outsiders trying to work in Africa do not understand about Africa, that if they did, could change their perspective on how to deal with the continent? And I know it's so many countries in the continent, but
yeah. So this is something I think Africans understand very well, but I don't think outsiders do. And I'm borrowing here from one of my mentors and heroes, which was Nick Van de Waal, who unfortunately just recently passed away, a Cornell professor. This insight is that when African countries make economic decisions that seem really dumb, it's not dumb. It has a political logic behind it. And just telling people, well, obviously you should do this other thing, doesn't help them get out of the reason they're doing the other thing.
Exactly.
And in many ways, again, I'm borrowing this from another friend. We often tell countries, oh, you have this problem missing, so solve that problem, right? So you don't have capacity, so build capacity. And you're not understanding, well, what's the reason? What are the supply and demand issues why capacity is not being built? Why are people not asking for it? Why are people not developing it? And so I feel like a lot of development has come around to this idea. It's like telling an insomniac that you've analyzed their problem, and the issue is they need to get more sleep.
Yeah.
That's your advice. And
Yeah.
it's true, but it's completely unhelpful. Right? So I think that too much development is telling insomniacs to get more sleep rather than getting to the root causes of what are the reasons behind why countries are not making smarter or more economically smart policy choices. Why are they not developing, for example, more business-friendly environments? Why are they not really trying to attract more capital? Why are they not cultivating an independent business class, right? So that's how countries get rich. Not usually through, governments provide infrastructure and security and a stable, macro environment. They need to provide all of that. But countries become rich because entrepreneurs build businesses and grow. And why is that? Why is the entrepreneurial class in Africa so often seen as a threat rather than as a benefit? And so that's where you have to think a bit more about the politics behind it. And that's where, economists want to think about numbers and data and rates of return. But actually, if you want to understand Africa, you've got to understand the incentives that decision makers actually face. In other words, you have to understand politics.
Exactly. And so let's talk about, this big elephant in the room, aid freeze. Trump has pretty much ended that, and many of the other Western countries seem to be following in that regard. Europe has cut back aid, the UK, etc. And I think it was Jackie Chilas at the Institute of Security Studies in South Africa. He said that just by that single action, about 5.7 million Africans are going to become, abjectly poor and fall through that crack. Then our friend Zainab Usman had this brilliant essay in Foreign Affairs, saying, well, it has happened. It is what it is. We need to rethink international development, and how it's done. We need to move from this arms giving to support industrialization. As you think about the aid freeze and you think about all these different things that are happening right now, how do you think African governments should be positioning or responding to this new reality? And what are the levers, that they need to be trying to pull to industrialize or to restart development in Africa?
Yeah, great question. And I think both of those two things can be true, right? Jackie's contention that this is going to hurt people in the short term is undoubtedly true. But Zainab and Ken Apollo and other African thought leaders are also true that we have to, Africa's got to just deal with the reality and move on from here and not get themselves in that vulnerable position again. And, maybe when we get to the oil to cash discussion, which is about how do you get out of the resource.
That's where I'm going next.
there's actually an aid resource curse as well.
Yes.
And the mechanism is exactly the same. The mechanism is when a government can get resources from somewhere other than its own people, its attention becomes on that other source, and it breaks the bond between the population and the government.
Mm-hmm.
And the key to this is the word that everybody hates. It's taxation, right? So when you have to pay taxes, you are paying attention to what the government is doing. And governments, when they rely on citizens for taxation, they have to care about business. They have to care what citizens think because they need their revenues to run the government.
Mm-hmm.
Oil breaks that, and the aid system also in some ways can break that. I think like the worst example of this is, and this is what I mean by both Jackie and Zainab both being right. Probably the most successful aid initiative over the last 20 years is the American PEPFAR, the AIDS program that President Bush launched about 20 years ago. Hugely successful in saving people's lives. And, if you go back 20 years, the continent, it was HIV/AIDS was devastating to the continent. People in Botswana, they were training 2 or 3 people for every job because they were expecting to lose, half of their educated population within a generation.
Mm-hmm.
That all came to a screeching halt. We actually don't even really hear about HIV/AIDS anymore. It's manageable and people are on treatment. So it's been hugely successful. At the same time, it's almost unimaginable that the South African government allowed itself, they have plenty of resources, allowed itself to become reliant on the political whims of another country.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't think that the US is fickle about what they care about, ask the Vietnamese or the Afghans, right? I mean, it's politics that drives this. And so I think the lesson there is don't be like South Africa. And don't get yourself in a situation where you're totally dependent on something that you have no control over whatsoever. So the shift is that countries, that governments need to start looking at their own tax base. Absolutely use the international assistance that's available. Get long-term infrastructure finance from the development banks. Get money from private investors where you can. But for your base operations, you have to rely on your own tax base. And that means a lot of things. But in particular, it means what we've already talked about. You have to grow the business sector. People need, businesses pay taxes, and you need to raise incomes because you will never be able to fund an effective government on a country of poor people. There's just not enough resources. You have to grow that pie. And I'd say, you know, not to pick on Nigeria, you want to talk about Nigeria, you have an extremely low tax base relative to GDP. And part of that is that people do not trust the government. The system does not work. And there are ways, especially with technology, with biometric ID, mobile money, digital platforms, there are ways to do taxation that's accountable, that's open, and that can start to build some confidence with the population. And then you start to build your tax base in a fairer way.
Okay, so this is going to be a slightly long question, you know, so I
Okay.
can set it up. So the oil to cash argument is we make all this money from oil, pay directly to the people, and then the government makes its income from the taxes the people pay. That taxation becomes more of an accountability tool, yeah, that puts government in check, etc. Here's the flip to that argument from a Nigerian, you know, who's just looking at this theory. So number one, in a country where you don't have good enumeration, you know, we don't even know how many people we are, right? So we throw out numbers, 220 million people, nobody knows, right? The base that we're building on, faulty. Number two, we don't have any form of identification. So isn't that going to be another opportunity for government to say, oh, we made this amount, we shared that, but they keep a lot for themselves? Yeah. So that's number one. Number two, government, what then happens with things like inflation? Yeah. If you put so much money in the hands of people and so on and so forth, the inflation angle, and many other challenges that could come from this idea. So my question is, how do you respond to these pushbacks? Number two, where has this really worked? I know in the book, you know, you talked about Alaska, different system, different people, etc. Where has it worked in the developing world?
Yeah. Okay. So that's great question. So the idea of oil to cash is that you're giving, because oil or oil and gas are a national resource, technically citizens are part owners of that national resource legally. Actually, in every country, I think, on the planet, except for the United States, subsoil resources are owned by the nation. So the idea of oil to cash is it has different parts, but the core of it is that you turn people into owners of that resource, and owners should benefit from some of those revenues. That could be that, you know, that can take many different forms, right? In Nigeria, it could be that all the revenues of go back to NNPC, and NNPC pays, and every citizen owns one share of NNPC, and NNPC pays a dividend of its profits, just like a normal company, to its citizens. That's one example. Another example, what Alaska does is it puts its oil revenues into a sovereign wealth fund, and then that sovereign wealth fund has a formula. It's literally a formula of how much it pays out to every state resident. So you actually have to live in Alaska for that year to receive it. And so actually a really simple formula. It's I'll slightly simplify, but they basically take all the profits averaged over the last 5 years. They split the profits in half go to the state and half go to citizens in a dividend. And that half is then divided by the state residents. It's typically around $1,000 per year, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. So you could do it that way. There's lots of different mechanisms to do it. And I will come back to your how do you know who the people are in one second. But the key point of this is that you are giving people a direct stake in the oil revenues instead of it going to government and hoping that the government spends it well and it effectively trickles down eventually to communities. We know that sometimes works, but not usually. And so you want people to see you want them to see an economic benefit, but you also want to instigate this accountability mechanism where if you go talk to Alaskans, they will know why it was $1,000 last year and it's only $800 this year. They will know exactly why. And Nigerians should know why why their dividend, I don't know what it would be. We could do the math, but let's say it's $100 a year.
Yeah.
Why is it 100 this year when it was 125 last year? That would really focus people's attention. So that's sort of the concept of it. The taxation, it gets to your ID question. So part of the reason Nigerians have a terrible or a very thin tax base is exactly what you say. You don't know who's a Nigerian or where they are or anything like that. To make this work in a fair and effective way, both the dividend and the taxation system, which do go hand in hand, I do think Nigeria would have to do something like what India has done, which is to create a unique ID system that would use biometric identification. Everyone would get an ID. Those IDs would be linked to a digital bank account, and everything needs to be, completely audited, and auditable by third parties. And where India has done, they haven't done exactly oil to cash, but what they've done, once they built the Aadhaar ID system, they were able to do all kinds of other things, including, interestingly for Nigeria, get rid of fossil fuel subsidies. So in India, they were subsidizing cooking gas canisters. And it was hugely expensive, and it was really creating all kinds of distortions in the market. And of course, like all subsidies, most of it was going to middle class and rich people rather than the poor. So what they decided to do was to get rid of the subsidy, let the gas canister be priced at a market rate, and then they calculated how much, if a typical Indian family would use, I can't remember how many it was, let's say one gas canister a month. What would that cost? And we're going to give people the market price in cash for one gas canister a month. So we're getting the distortions out of the system, but we're replacing it with cash so people can decide how they want to do that. And it was way more efficient. Now it's kind of, there's lots of other things you could imagine doing with this. And it gets, of course, political, very political, very quickly. So that's sort of like a side example. Bolivia is a country where their national gas revenues are tied into the national pension system. So their pension system is based on gas revenue. So what's interesting there is, what is a pension system? It's just a national dividend only for old people. So that's just a demographic segment of the same thing. South Africa, actually, they don't tie it to natural resource, but they have a child benefit. So they pay the mothers a certain amount every month. That is a dividend. It's just for a different segment of the demographic ladder. And then just the last thing I'll mention in the developing world is some of the new oil countries that have discovered oil recently are experimenting with this. And the most interesting one is Suriname in South America. Suriname, the new prime minister has announced, he called it royalties for everyone. Now, we don't quite know exactly how it's going to work, but it's effectively the oil to cash model, which is we will take some proportion of our revenues and divide it up and give a small share to everyone. The amount doesn't really matter all that much. It needs to be enough to instigate people to pay attention, and ideally enough to help make at least poor people's lives a little bit better, and not so great that you're going to actually create a disincentive for people to enter the labor market. So that's where you might get into like maybe some of the Gulf states. Not that they have direct subsidies, but the incentives for work are pretty low there. But Nigeria has such a large population and actually relatively small oil sector given the large population. I don't think there's much of a risk of the dividend becoming too large.
Interesting.
Well, that's the idea.
I liked it when I read about it. I thought there could be some challenges, but not things that cannot be surmounted. But again, just another tool in the toolbox. So if we switch a little bit to China, right? Because that's something that comes up a lot in these conversations. What's your view on how this China-US geopolitical tussle is going to play out? Do you foresee us growing old in a China empire, or is it going to fizzle out like Japan did the Japan scare of the 80s. But even if we grew old in a China empire, how bad can it be? Or are there some silver linings?
So, all right. So the short answer is I don't know, right? I wish I did know, right? I do think that there's a couple of things that are true that are both true. Okay, one is that China is racing ahead technologically, and the West is definitely falling behind, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this AI is a good example, but look at clean energy deployment, look at all of these things that they can do that we cannot do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a certain state capability that they have that the West had and is largely lost, and I
Mm-hmm.
actually don't think we will get it back. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that is definitely true. And so China is going to continue to become wealthier and more influential, and it will dominate certain sectors for sure. On the other hand, they're able to do that through a pretty brutal authoritarian system. And to come back to my people vote with their feet, I think that once, I still think that people, especially when they become middle class and definitely when they become wealthy, they really prize their individual freedom. They prize the ability to say what they want. They prize the ability to choose to live where they want. And that will continue to be possible in the West and not possible in China. And so I think when people have those choices, there's something, maybe this is wrong, it's probably wrong, but like I still feel like there's some fundamental universal human desire for freedom and to make choices in your own life and not have the government tell you what to do and when. And that's going to be a value that that I think will stick in the West and is going to be very disruptive in China. And like even like let's take it back to Nigeria. Okay, let's say it's a Chinese dominated world. Like I just cannot imagine Nigerians like letting their government tell them what to do or what to say. Like Nigerians are just not going to put up with that, right? You're much more like Americans in that you kind of embrace the Wild West. You want to be freewheeling, you want to say what you think, you want to try different things. That model, I think, that's really hard to get people to give that up. They won't give that up. So I don't know if that'll be the tension of the next 50 years. But I know as wealthy as China gets, it's still not going to be a place that's going to attract people that have choices. So we'll see how both of those two tensions play out.
Interesting. Now, again, going back to your U.S. State Department days, how has U.S. foreign policy on Africa evolved over time? What led to where we are today, where it appears that Africa really doesn't feature that much, in conversations in Washington, D.C. What happened, and how does Africa navigate itself out of this cul-de-sac?
Yeah, so look, for a long time, Africa was viewed entirely through the Cold War lens, right? It was an arena of geostrategic competition between the US and Soviet Union. Everything was through that lens. It gave a very simple frame. You could understand it, and African leaders could exploit it, and they did, right? Absolutely, they did. Then we sort of had this period where it was like it was all up in the air. This was from the fall of the Berlin Wall until really the rise of China. It was kind of a grab bag, like, what are we doing? And, I remember when Bill Clinton came into office, their goal was to get total US foreign assistance to all of Africa to hit $1 billion. That was their big goal, right? And they struggled to get there. I can't remember if they did or not, but like it was like nothing. And then and so you saw this proliferation of interest where people are like, oh, what we care about is human rights, or what we care about is only democracy, or we care about global health. Like it was sort of a grab bag of all kinds of objectives. And that doesn't when you've got a lot of priorities, you have no priorities. And so that really meant that Africa fell way down on the priority list because it wasn't clear what really mattered.
Yeah.
Then we saw I would say, so I worked for the Bush administration. In the Bush administration, I would say you saw an elevation of Africa and in some very clear lanes. And those lanes were public health, particularly HIV, AIDS, and malaria, presidential initiatives on both. Very clear. And that was driven in large part by the president deciding this was something good in line with American values that could be done and we should do it. And he got a lot of support for that. I'm actually kind of disappointed and a little surprised at how fast that collapsed now. We'll see if the constituency for global health comes back a little bit. I hope that it does. Okay, but health, counterterrorism, this is post 9/11 world, and then democratization was actually a really big issue. I know people sometimes roll their eyes, but I can tell you, working for Secretary Condoleezza Rice and President Bush, that democracy promotion and human freedom, it was not just buzzwords. It was actually a core objective that we were trying to pursue. And in particular, a bunch of countries that had gone through in Africa, the democratic transition in the early 90s, they were kind of having some wobbly moments in the early 2000s. So we were trying to support them. So you saw that. And then during the Obama years, you sort of saw like a proliferation, less focus. It was like a lot more things were of it. It was, again, this era of we've got a lot more priorities, and too many priorities or no priorities at all. So it kind of got a little bit messy. Now with Trump 2, we're actually seeing such a complete reversal where it's basically about critical minerals and maybe nothing else.
Yeah.
Right? It's like so narrow. So I think with if I was advising an African head of state or a foreign minister, I would say to try to be very hard-headed about finding something that your country has value and not worry too much about all the other theatrical stuff and focus on worrying about trying to build a productive relationship in that particular area. And we could talk about what that might be in Nigeria. So,
not just Nigeria. I mean, again, just thinking about Nigeria, thinking about Kenya, South Africa, that's getting a lot of the brunt of the Trump ire. What can these guys possibly put forward to give them some bargaining chips in a world that seems to have turned away from Africa and focused on a few other things, yet African leaders may not have come to this realization, to say, if this is the world we live in today, what are the chips we've got to lay on the table, and how do we arrange our chips? Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So I would say, the two obvious areas, one are business deals, and this should be not seen in terms of charity, but in terms of mutual interest. What are the deals between American and Nigerian firms, or American and Kenyan or South African firms that would be beneficial for both countries and help make those happen? Clearly that goes way beyond just the mineral supply chains, but that's something that they're certainly focused on. The second is national security. And, counterterrorism is still a big issue. If I was Kenya, Kenya is the linchpin for dealing with Somalia and a whole bunch of other problems in the region. And Kenya has done a good job of making itself a useful national security ally. So I think other countries can certainly do that as well. And then the last is really thinking about partnerships in a smart way that leverage U.S. concern about influence of China and Russia. And this is not like finger wagging, making people have to choose. And I'm definitely picking up right now in Washington, D.C., that there's a sense that people have overplayed the Chinese card, and that people have basically tried to use, oh, well, if you don't do this, China will, for everything. And it's kind of a little bit of the boy who cried wolf. So I don't know, but there's still very real concern about that, and using that in a smart, targeted manner, I think can be productive, both to play off each of the superpowers against each other, but also to use it as a motivator for building, productive relationships built on mutual interests, rather than, I think that the era of we're all just going to be nice to each other because cooperation is a good thing, that's kind of not going to work, at least for the next immediate period.
Exactly, exactly. And just to say to the participants, we're going to take your questions or comments, but please put them in the Q&A tab. It's difficult for us to read all the comments going on in the chat room, but if you put them in the Q&A tab, we can pick them up. So let's talk a bit about energy, which is something that's dear to our hearts. As the work you do in Energy for Growth Hub, you're very brilliant Substack, Eat More Electrons, which I always think eat more chicken, whenever I see it. What is it that you know about addressing Africa's energy poverty that is lost on many of the other mainline think tanks that think about energy and Africa, etc., and that may also be lost on policy people within the continent who are challenged with addressing this problem?
Yeah, I think the core, which is what Eat More Electrons is hinting at, is that Africa is going to need a lot more energy. And we're not talking about a 50% increase. We're talking about, Nigeria needing 5 times, 10 times as much energy, more, depending on your time period, over the next several decades to meet its own perfectly reasonable goals for employment, industry, and higher incomes for everybody. And I think the flip side of this is people think, well, if we can get lights in everybody's homes, that's pretty good. And having electric lights in your home is better than not having electric lights, but that's not enough energy to live a better life. And in particular, industry and commerce use most energy, right? So, 3/4 of electricity is not used in people's homes. It's used out in agriculture, in businesses, and in industry. And so, it's not good enough to just get lights in everybody's homes, or maybe enough electricity for some basic appliances. That's good. But really, businesses, the wider economy, need not just electricity and energy, but it has to be reliable and it has to be cheap, right? It has to be very low cost. So, this is like the scourge of Nigeria, is the reliance on diesel generators, right? So people are relying on diesel, which it delivers a service, right? You can run a fridge, or you can run some lights or a small shop on a diesel generator, but it's incredibly expensive. It's annoying in lots of other ways. It's dirty and but
noise pollution,
loud. But you cannot run a competitive business if you're running a generator and paying, I don't know, 50, 60 cents a kilowatt hour, and your competitor is running on 5-cent reliable electricity from a hydro dam or a solar gas array or whatever it is. So I think my main takeaway is that people do not get the scale of the energy needs, and sometimes they view it either that we should just make incremental progress, just give people a little bit of energy, they'll be a little bit better off. No, orders of magnitude more. And right now, this is crazy, okay? The average Nigerian uses about 1% as much electricity as the average American. 1%. So it's not just getting a bunch more in people's homes. It's all the data centers and the air conditioning and all of the things that electricity allows. And just the last thing I'll say that I don't think people get, in addition to the scale, is that if you really care about climate change, and we all should care absolutely about climate change. Climate change means more energy in Africa, not less. It's not a scarcity. It's not a scarcity pathway. It's an abundance pathway. And there's no way we're going to be able to tackle climate change anywhere, especially in Africa, if we're not looking at orders of magnitude more electricity. And that's on us to try to do it as cleanly as possible without being dogmatic that it has to be zero carbon, but as cleanly as possible. But there's no way that we could say we're serious about climate change if 1/4 of humanity is left behind, and people are still burning, with trees to cook. That's just not going to be possible. So it's really a story. Climate change and energy abundance go hand in hand. It's not one or the other.
And I mean, what I love about your Substack is the way you use analogies to just bring what are seemingly difficult concepts, to the understanding of anyone who really wants to understand it. So this like 1% of what Americans use, or the famous one about a typical American refrigerator uses more power than the average African. I mean, that's stark. He puts it right in your face. But I think what I'm hearing is there's a bit of a focus, especially from many of the development programs, to say, oh, we're providing access, electricity access to Africans, and they install a solar panel there or do some mini grid there, and people can power their homes, and we all pat ourselves on the back that we've done fantastic. Whilst that is good, and we should do that, isn't that distracting us from some of the conversations we need to have, which then brings us back to a question I raised earlier around how we finance infrastructure, and that what we really need in many African countries just to use whatever we've got to just drive grid supplied power to people, to drive productivity, etc. And why is this difficult for people who write these policies to understand? It seems like simple common sense, to me, like, an American refrigerator uses more power than the average African. This is like one of those very simple things to understand. Why is it difficult for the core policy people, the people who control finance flows, to understand this little logic?
Yeah, so I think people do understand it. I think there is a lot of confusion, not among the people working in the energy sector, but in the wider community around what energy access means. So the way I think of it is energy access is getting people their first connection, right? And whether that is depending where they live, if you're in a city, it's probably in the grid. If you're, in maybe a tiny little town, maybe it's your first electricity is from a mini grid. And if you're living really remotely, maybe it's from a standalone solar home system. So that initial access is what the world has been focused on. The Sustainable Development Goal number 7, the access rate is getting everyone that first connection. The Mission 300, the new big program at the World Bank and African Development Bank, is to get 300 million new connections, getting all those people to have those first electrons flowing in their house. Super important. We absolutely need to do this, but we can't do that and ignore the other part of energy, which is energy for economic growth. I didn't name the Energy for Growth Hub by accident. We're focused on energy for growth, which is energy not really used at home. It's energy out in the wider economy, in industry, commerce, agriculture, and increasingly transportation. And there, you actually need different delivery systems. It's a different scale. And what you care about there is not access. Businesses have access. They have their first electrons. What you care about is cost and reliability. It has to be reliable. It has to be cost effective. And when you're doing that, that's how you get the sort of two sides of energy. People are earning more money outside the home from energy for growth. Then they're able to go home and afford appliances and electricity so that they can live better lives from the electricity at home. It's not exactly that simple. Some people work at home, that's fine. But in general, that's how energy leads to better development outcomes. We can become very fixated on the access number. And I think also people don't always realize that access can basically mean enough electricity for a couple of light bulbs, which again, great if you don't have light bulbs, but not enough. So we've worked with the Rockefeller Foundation on something we call the Modern Energy Minimum. And it's an additional metric. Let's get everybody to first access, 100%. Let's do it. Let's do it as cheaply, cost effectively, and quickly as possible. Not cheaply. I hate that word. Let's do it as cost effectively and efficiently as possible. But we also need to make these parallel investments. And what the modern energy minimum is, so access is defined as 50 kilowatt hours per person per year by the IEA. And again, to go to the fridge, my family fridge is about 450 kilowatt hours per year. So 50 counts as access. That's fine. But energy, the modern energy minimum is actually 1,000 kilowatt hours. And we've divided this into 250 at home and 750 in the wider economy. And we've done that because it's about 3/4 of the world's electricity is outside and 25% at home. So we're trying to propose this second tier, get everyone to access, and then let's get everyone, excuse me, to the modern energy minimum of 1,000 kilowatt hours. That would be pretty good. The big criticism we get is, wow, 1,000, that sounds like a lot. Well, the average in the United States is 12,000. Exactly. So just getting everybody to 1,000 is, sorry, that's not even the end goal. We got to get, I hope in my lifetime that, we'll see people at 5,000 or more in Africa. And not just the super rich, but the middle class. And that would be a society where people have basically take electricity for granted. They can afford it. It's available when they need it. And they're not, when you're starting a business, you're not worried about where is it going to come from. You just know it will be there and you can afford it. That's the world we want to try to build.
Talk to me. How do we get to 5,000? What are some of the things? Okay, so two parts to the question. What are some of the reasons why we're not able to get to 5,000 today? And we know some of the popular ones, but there's some deep insights you have, on why we're not able to get to 5,000 and what can countries do. So assume that the president invites you, he really wants to do this stuff, lay out for me what I need to do, including on the contracting side, on, everything, just take some time and spell it out for me.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things. I'll just give you a couple. Okay. So an important one. So I think the technologies for off-grid are kind of incredible and people are doing amazing things, but you still can never escape the economy of scale of large scale power. Exactly. And for an economy that's going to produce 3,000 to 5,000 per capita, you're going to still need big power plants. These can be hydroelectric dams, big solar farms, big wind farms, gas plants, nuclear, maybe small modular reactors soon. So you're still going to need electricity at scale. To get the generation side done, you need anchor off-takers. So go back to Ghana. Country I've worked on a lot. I was just there a couple of weeks ago. I was there with my friend Patrick. Ghana's single largest source of electricity is the Akosombo Dam. It was built in the early 1960s, and the way it got financed was an aluminum smelter agreed to take a lot of the power. And by having that anchor customer, they were able to finance the whole dam. And that one deal produced, Ghana's biggest power source. And now we're 75 years later, and it's still Ghana's biggest power source. So countries like Nigeria and others, they have aspirations to build lots of power plants. Each one of those needs some kind of anchor off-taker. That can be a public utility, but utilities in Africa, they're all operating at a loss, so none of them are creditworthy. So you either have to fix the finances of the utility, which would be a good thing to do, but also quite hard, or you need to find private off-takers who can take not all of it, but enough of the power from the generation facility that you can get financing to get the project built. and then you overbuild so that other people can benefit from that. And you make a whole series of those investments, you start to build up a whole fleet of power stations. So that's one thing where the government could play a role in helping to match generators to potential off-takers. That would also fit with industrialization policy, where they want those industries, and there's no better anchor than industrial facilities, right? The other is transmission. Again, a big problem in Nigeria, obviously, is the state of the grid. Transmission business is actually a terrible private sector business. So you'll see some private models that work here and there. Generally, this is public sector investment. And so I do think if I was, advising an African head of state, it would be you're going to have to mobilize some public resources and invest in a smart grid. Do it. Don't overbuild too quick. That will bankrupt you. But build out some really high value transmission lines, and do it in a way that will allow you to add on additional generation sources as they come online. And then the last issue, which you're sort of hinting at, is on the contracting. And this is an issue that I work a lot on, and it sounds really boring, and it's mostly lawyers that work on this. I'm not a lawyer, but the contracts in the power sector are still kept secret. And it strikes me as absolutely ridiculous that we're doing that. So in most countries, including Nigeria, oil and gas contracts, they're public. Mining contracts, they're public. If the government takes out a loan, their sovereign debt contracts, public. But electricity, nope, that's still kept private. And the downside of that is secret contracts, almost by design, mean you're not getting the best price, right? So if I told you, Patrick, that I went to the store and bought my family fridge, and I got a great deal, but I didn't tell you the price, and the store wouldn't tell you what price I paid, you would assume that you were getting a bad deal when you go to negotiate, and you would be right. And the same is happening with electricity. When you have non-competitive pricing, you're just overpaying. And when you have secret contracts, I don't know, either for corrupt reasons or just because the decision makers don't have all the information they need, you don't get good contracts either. So we're really advocating for contract disclosure. Some of the provisions that apply to public budgets, to oil and gas, mining, sovereign debt contracts, those should just be applied to the electricity sector as well. And that's a way that countries can make sure they're getting the best available price from the market, and that citizens know that their government is signing electricity deals on their behalf in a way that they can hold them accountable. So you can have a look. We've got a website called ppawatch.org. Have a look. And it's got all the materials there. And it's really, I think it's going to be one of these issues that in 10 years or 20 years, we're going to be like, God, it's crazy that we did it the old way, and this new way is so much better.
Yeah. So if you were advising some African candidates for a PhD, in the energy space, and they're just thinking areas to focus their research, what would you advise? What should they be spending time thinking about that could help Africa address many of the energy challenges it has?
Oh man, there's so many cool topics in the energy space. Like you have first of all,